Pay attention in the pits. We need to see Glenn Corlett up here in the tower, please. Glenn Corlett, we need you up in the tower. So if you're within earshot, Glenn Corlett, please come up to the tower as we need to speak with you, please. I did not mention also that we will have the opportunity for test and tune. Those cars will be called up when we have some spare time, and it will probably start after the first 2 rotations. So all of you who are here authorized for test and tune, make sure that you're monitoring the PA, either live or 92.7, as we'll be calling you to the lanes when we have some open opportunities. All right, so just a heads up, we're about 15 minutes away from getting things underway. We're doing the last bit of track preparation. The tractors are out there. We have done the spraying. So once again, 11 o'clock start is what we are looking at. Non-electronics is what we're going to start with, non-electronics. And so you should be on standby right now. Electronics, you're up right after that. And then we will get into the MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. And then Limited Street will follow that before we go back into non-electronics second qualifying session. So that's the run order today. And that will progress. And any changes, we'll certainly let you know. But we're about 15 minutes away, so non-electronic, you should be on standby now for a call to the lanes. In the pits. All right, here's the call. We're getting set to go racing. Well, qualifying anyway on this glorious Saturday morning. And so non-electronics, we're calling you to the lanes, please. Non-electronics, bring them up to the lanes. Electronic, you're on standby. But non-electronics, we need you in the lanes ASAP, please. The lanes you need, non-electronics, we're going to put you in 1 and 2. Non-electronics, bring them up to lanes 1 and 2, and we're actually going to call electronics up as well for your first qualifying session, and we'll put you in 3 and 4. So non-electronics, 1 and 2, bring them up. Electronics, 3 and 4. This is your call to the lanes, please. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to grab a breakfast because we're getting close to lunch. That's the only thing. I'm thinking you should have had that breakfast a long time ago. Lunch is going to be coming up here relatively quickly at the Half Track Snack Shack. All sorts of great food there, so do avail yourself of the Half Track Snack Shack. And Nolan is in the tower with me all day, so we'll be trading off on the microphone. So good to have you up here in the tower, Nolan.
Nothing like a good old West Coast Pro Mod race to get the blood pumping. It's going to be a good night. Heard it was pretty eventful last night as well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, there were a few, shall we say, minor incidents where blocks were taken out, but a good test session in the afternoon up until about 4 o'clock. A lot of cars making runs, getting everything nailed down. The MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 folks really making adjustments to the cars, trying to get a good hookup. And that is always the challenge in the 8th mile, right? You want to get hooked up as quickly as possible because the 8th mile stripe comes along pretty quick. So we'll see how well that worked out. They have their 3rd qualifying session and 4th today. So attention in the pit, we have a driver's meeting for Canada West Door Slammers, 11:30. 11:30 at Marcy's Trailer. So Canada West Door Slammers, if you're on the property, there is a driver's meeting for you at Marcy's Trailer, 11:30. Later on in the schedule, we've got Pro Mod making their qualifying runs, a couple of qualifying sessions for Pro Mod here today. And that will also be followed by Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod Bike. So quite a varied schedule of race cars and motorcycles. I want to welcome all of you race fans who are joining us here bright and early on Saturday. It seems bright and early, but it's getting close to 11 o'clock already. Hey, I mentioned the Half-Track Snack Shack, and they always have a great selection on the menu. Everything from the burgers to the chicken strips and fries and combos, all sorts of good stuff like that. They oftentimes, have some specials, some surprise items on the menu. And today's surprise item is chicken and waffles with syrup. How could that be bad? Chicken and waffles, and as they say, it's the good kind. Only $8. $8 for chicken and waffles and plenty of syrup. So they also have some Outlaw slushies and Nitro slushies with ice cream, $4.50. So all sorts of cool items at the Half-Track Snack Shack. Check it out. Lunchtime's coming up. So once again, we have called non-electronics to 1 and 2. You should all be in the staging lanes. Electronics 3 and 4, which means MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. You are on standby. That's right. You are on standby. Attention in the pits. I mentioned about the Canada West Door Slammers drivers meeting. It's the time has been changed slightly. It's not 11:30. It's now 11:45 at Marcy's Trailer. So Canada West Door Slammers, your drivers meeting is at 11:45 at Marcy's Trailer. So cars in the water box, and we are set as we get underway with qualifying session number 1 for non-electronic. Over here, tower side, that is Kevin Mccauley. 83 Cutlass, the black Cutlass. In the other lane, Rob Monroe. These folks will be getting a couple of qualifying sessions before they head into eliminations later on this afternoon. Rob Monroe from Surrey in the 69 Blue Acadian. Sponsored by SD Performance and Gibson Racing Transmission. Everybody here in the non-electronics class. So heading down track for their first run of the day, 10:69 for Rob Monroe, 11:97 for Kevin Mccauley. And that brings up our next pair, Steve Sheffer. Over here, tower side, and I'm thinking it's Cassie Tippy. Over on the other side in the little Chevy wagon, Steve Sheffer in the Pontiac Firebird, here tower side. Everybody gets a couple of qualifying passes before they put their dial in on the window, and that will be used as the handicap for eliminations. goes 1171, 115 miles an hour. Steve in the Pontiac Firebird goes 1289, 106 miles an hour. That brings up Rob Monroe Sr. and Kim Jonkin. Kim from Langley driving that 48 Chevy pickup. Orange, hard to miss in a crowd. Sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Rob Monroe's in that 31 mile lane. Wheels up, hard charge off the line. That is a strong runner as he gets to the top end with an 890. 48 miles an hour, 890. For Rob Monroe, the pickup goes 1286 at 106 miles an hour. And that brings up Randy Hermsen, running in non-electronics in that big Oldsmobile, 1958 Oldsmobile, weighing in at a whopping 3,800 plus pounds. In the other lane, Katie Shirk, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, 1986 Jimmy. Consistent car that makes it round after round, and Randy Hermsen certainly one of the most consistent runners here at Mission Raceway. 1334, 104 miles an hour. Katie Shirk goes 1323, 102 miles an hour. Matt Warner, check out the wheels on this launch. Now that was not a little bit of tire slippage there, so much as he normally does. Brad Owens in the other lane in the 55 Chevy goes 964, 136. Matt Warner in the 410 96 at 117 miles per hour. Here comes Jim Benke now and Chris Stone as we continue in non-electronics. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing, he calls that team of his. 68 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor Marina, BG Fuel, the Rad Torque, Jim Benke. And it is a 981 for Chris Stone, 1013 for Benke. So interestingly enough, it is, my screen tells me that's Derek Shirk driving Loren Schwartz's Monte Carlo. So Titanium Auto Group owner Derek Shirk sitting in the seat of Loren Schwartz 1982 Monte Carlo. In the other lane, John Murray is Amy Kudo. Here today, 149 miles an hour, 10:08, 134 for Derek. As Dave Jung brings his Camaro to the line, up against Rob Hodgson. Hodgson in the Plymouth. Dave Jung over here. It's Dave Jung there first with a 1079, 123. Rob Hodgson goes 1088 at 122 miles an hour. So that completes non-electronic. We now roll into electronic category. Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics. And we're going to start with Brad Vinci over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Nick Angelucci over here, Tower side. 78 Malibu up against 68 Chevy Camaro. You see the electronics come into play from Brad Vinci as the throttle stop rolls in, takes power out of the car, gets him there with an 11:03, 147 miles an hour against a 10:86 for Angelucci, 123. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. To the lanes, please. Bring them up. To the lanes. Outlaw 275. Category 885 for the Roadster, 144 miles an hour, 911 for the 63 Chevy. As Terry Langdon Davies and Paul Swords get out of the water box. Langdon Davies in his purple 41 Willys, sponsored by Langdon Davies Concrete, where he is a concrete contractor. And Paul Swords in the other lane, 95 Grand Prix, 584 cubic inches of Pontiac power under the hood. Paul's Grand Prix. So here's the first hit at the track in their first qualifying session. Langdon Davies out of the gas and back on it. Not a great run for him. 8 flat for Paul Swords, 170. 11.50 for the Willys, 82 miles an hour, coasting to the top end. Jan Christensen driving El Green-Go. El Green-Go, the 62 Nova. Lordco Lane. My memory, flawed as it is at times, wants to say that's Howie Winklehorst in the pickup. But there might have been a transaction between then and now. Great reaction times for both drivers. You can see it on the score. 0:35 and an 0:21. 8:52 for Christensen. 157 miles an hour and 10:18. For the pickup on the Tower side, 118 miles an hour. Once again, we have called MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 to the lanes. That means limited street. You're on standby. Martin Rochelle over here, Tower side, out of Surrey in the Malibu, loves the 1090. Let's see how close he'll get to that 1090. That is a NHRA race car, normally run in the Super Street category. Steve McKenzie in the 86 Cavalier in the other lane. McKenzie will hit the stripe first. Goes 886. 886, 1095 for Martin Rochelle. Likes that comfort zone, 127 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up what looks to be the last car in the electronics category. In their first qualifying session. Yes, this may be a test. So, first round of qualifying for non-electronics and electronics is complete. We need to do just a tiny bit of track preparation here. That has been scheduled given the nature of the cars that are running here this weekend. Some of them going quarter mile, but some of them going to the eighth mile. We have intentionally inserted track preparation because the eighth mile runners have a tremendous amount of horsepower, oftentimes over 1,000 horsepower on very small radial tires. And so the opportunity for getting out of shape on a slippery racetrack is very, very high. So we are taking no precautions. On a race like this, track preparation becomes paramount, and they are doing that as we speak. So that gets inserted throughout the day, and we'll try and keep you abreast of that as we have called MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Limited Street, you are on standby. And following Limited Street, we will go into the second qualifying round for non-electronics. So the morning will be progressing relatively quickly. Hey, once again, chicken and waffles with syrup at the Half-Track Snack Shack. You got to be kidding me. My daughter would be all over that. Traveled all over the place for chicken and waffles. And all you need to do is walk down to the Half-Track Snack Shack. $8 for chicken and waffles. And they also have, while it's not going to be a super hot day, they got some slushies there. Can't go wrong with that. Nitro slushies, $4.50 with ice cream. You up for that, Nolan?
I'm up for the ice cream part of it.
Aren't we all? We've had some scorchers here over the season. And today is going to be a nicely moderate day. I think only going up to about 23 degrees or something like that. So we should be fine. Right now it's about 20. And well, I'm thinking it's 19.5 right here at the racetrack. But you know, 0.5. I don't know that I would notice the difference.
Yeah, you don't really notice the difference when it comes to the decimal points like that. And honestly, we're not quite out of the hot days either. I mean, 28 degrees forecast for tomorrow and on Monday, 28 for next Saturday as well, 27 for next Friday. It's not going to be until really Monday, 2 weeks from now, where things are going to cool down to a little bit of a 23-degree range. But that's only with the rainfall that's supposed to be coming in then as well. 28
made me a liar. I thought I was going to be cooling off, and it is not. That's all right.
Well, in the middle of the week, a little bit, down to 23 there, but we're not racing in the middle of the week.
Hopefully in White Rock it's a little bit cooler. I know it tends to get hotter here in the valley, so, what can you do? That is the nature of the beast.
So remember the 40-degree heat waves we ended up having last year, and working in a chicken farm back then, boy, it was not fun at all.
Is that what you were up to then? Wow, that.
Unfortunately.
Yes. It wasn't fun doing anything under that heat dome. Yeah, I remember those days. Well, those are the days where you sit dreaming about having an air conditioner. And, my brother in Saskatchewan, in his house, they installed an air conditioner, and he was really happy. On the other hand, for us, I have an ongoing discussion with my wife about this. Global warming will have to get a little bit worse before I think she agrees to getting an air conditioner in the condo.
See, for me, I thrive in the cold to the point where over the summer when it did get really hot, I would have that air conditioner running at full blast even when I'm here at work. So when I got home, it'd be like walking into an ice box. Any company I had over, they would have to put coats on.
Yeah, well. So you see the tractors rolling on the racing surface as they do the track prep that I had talked about. The tractor's doing the rubbing of the rubber. We use old slicks on the back of those tractors, so the rubber that is getting massaged into the racing surface is actually used slicks from the racers themselves. And so a number of years ago, it was discovered that that's a great way of laying down real rubber on the racing surface. You see the sprayer sitting on the start line. The sprayer has a number of combinations of different VHT traction compound. And if you've ever had the opportunity to walk on a racing surface that has been freshly sprayed, you will know exactly how sticky that racing surface can be. You will lose your shoes if you're not careful. And that's the kind of stickiness that we need to make sure that the cars are able to run safely down the 8th mile or the quarter mile, depending on the racing category. So Sticky Steve taking the sprayer down track right now as we continue with track prep before we get into the Outlaw 275 category. The next category then will be, as mentioned, the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. For those of you who may not be familiar with the class, it is a class that runs to the 8th mile. Heads up. They leave on a heads-up tree. It's a pro tree, and there is a qualified field. The tires that they use, as I mentioned, not the largest tires in the world. They are 275 drag radials, or 28 by 10.5 or 28 times 11.5 DOT slicks. The body in the Outlaw 275 class, it can be fiberglass or Lexan. That is okay. So you have serious weight reduction opportunities there, but it has to retain the basic original appearance of the car. And the firewall must be in the stock location. Headlights and taillights must be functional. So that's part of the drill. There's no full tube chassis allowed. They have over 1,000 horsepower with times approaching 4 seconds in the 8th mile. So getting to the 8th mile is tricky enough. It's that stretch from the 8th mile to the quarter mile that becomes downright dangerous. So that is why the category is an 8th mile class. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. So we have called MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 to the lanes, and we're now going to call Limited Street. Limited Street, this is your call as well. Bring them up to the lanes, please. All right, MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275, 8 Mile Racing, high horsepower, small tires. This is qualifying session number 3 for these folks. Rick Mcleod and Justin Gallant. Rick Mcleod in the 70 Dart. 2 runs under the belt, 469 and 465. Over here on the tower side, Justin Gallant in his 85 Mustang. Lil Bruiser, he calls it. Diversified Metalworks, tuned by Duda. Super Steve's Tire, VDL Automotive, CDS Converter, all contributing to the running of Justin Gallant's operation. He's currently in the number 6 spot. Has run a 472 and a 469. Remember, it's heads-up racing. This is qualifying, so it'll always be a good indicator. These racers want to get just the absolute best reaction time possible and get to that 8-mile stripe ahead of the competition. Both cars pre-staged. Roll forward just a few more inches. And wheels up high twice, 3, 4 times. Wow, Rick Mcleod having trouble with the front end. That happened quite a few times yesterday during qualifying as well. Manages to stay in the number 4 spot. He has run a series of 4s, but keeping that car's front end down, that is the challenge. Justin Gallant. So 17 cars on the property, vying for 16 slots. Max Nielsen and Eric McCarthy will be the next 2. Safety crew just out checking the racing surface, make sure that nothing was deposited from the Dodge Dart. So Max Nielsen here tower side in the Mustang. The black Mustang from Edmonton has run a best of 5:21. Currently in the number 13 slot. Eric McCarthy out of Spokane, SMC Race Cars Mustang. The blue Mustang over in the Lordco lane in the number 11 spot. His best 5:13. So let's see how they do here. Qualifying session number 3. They'll have 4 sessions, one more qualifying session later on this morning before they go into eliminations later this afternoon. So again, 8th mile, so you want the car to hook up as quickly, as solidly as possible, because unlike racing the quarter mile, there's half the distance in which you have the opportunity to make up any loss of traction. So Eric McCarthy way out in front, goes 5:12. 5:12, a bit of an improvement over his 5:13, 142 miles an hour. 9:05, not an improvement for Max Nielsen. Obviously losing traction right at the hit. So Nielsen stays in the 13th spot, McCarthy in the number 11 spot. Sitting in the water box right now, Parm Jawanda and Steve Skoken. Parm out of Surrey, Night Shift, Jawanda Motors. 1991 Mustang, a extremely popular body style in this category. Outlaw 275. Steve Skoken, also in a Mustang, the Pale Horse he calls it. LMS Violent Performance sponsored Mustang out of Surrey, BC. So Parm in the number 8 spot has run a 5:21 yesterday along with a 5:83. Steve, no times on the car. So this will be Steve Skoken's first hit at the track. So Steve Skoken out of the gas, 475. So Parm makes an improvement on his 483. So 475 keeps him in the number 8 spot. Steve Skoken goes 886, 77 miles an hour. And that brings up Dan Rodrigue and Larry Yampolsky. So Rodrigue out of Yarrow, the Boo he calls it, 1981 Malibu. Currently in the number 2 spot with a 460. Sponsored by Ken Specialty Automotive and Westar Trailer, SD Performance, and McGraw Metalworks. Larry Yampolsky from Langley, sponsored by JS Power Sports, Diversified Metal, in the number 14 spot. Rodrigue purging the nitrous. Pretty humid day out there. You can tell by the size of the plume of nitrous oxide. Big long purge to get the lines clear, get the nitrous where he wants it to be, get the bottle pressure up and the temperature as well. So Dan Rodrigue and Larry Yampolsky roll forward. You got your number 2 qualifier. That is Rodrigue, currently in the number 2 spot. See tire slippage for Rodrigue at the hit, but manages to get a 5:31 out of the deal anyway. 152 miles an hour. Larry Yampolsky goes 5:34. And that brings up Tej Sangha and Jason Gagnon. Tej out of Surrey, the Bubble Racing Team 88 Mustang. The black Mustang here, tower side. He's in the number 15 slot right now. He ran a 7:03 and then a 5:38 to get him into that spot. Turbo-powered Jason Gagnon. You can tell by how quiet the car is. Angel Plug Racing, Gen 3 Speed, and JS Motorsports. Jason from Kelowna in the number 5 spot. 5:03 and then a 4:67. Put Jason in that number 5 slot. Always interesting to see which racers like to do burnouts over the line and which don't. And certainly Tej staying behind the line after the burnout. Jason, on the other hand, going over, backing up from there. So Tej in the pre-stage position, as is Jason. Starts pulling up the turbos, and let's see what happens. Good hook up for Jason, it looks like. 472, so not better than his 467, but 472 and then 602 for Tej. So Jason stays in the number 5 spot. Tej 15. As Chris Houston and Brett Morgan will be the next two. Chris out of Lethbridge, sponsored by HPS, RPM, a host of others in the number 10 spot. Ran 5:21 and 5:08 yesterday. That's the teal-colored Mustang here, tower side. Brett Morgan, DNS Quick Trench, 1966 Mustang, over on the Lordco side, the spectator side of the racetrack. Commercial Powertrain sponsored in the number 12 spot. Ran 5:15 and 5:13. So both racers looking to make some improvement over their 2 runs of yesterday. Making changes to the car's setup, the suspension, and that kind of thing. .501 is the time. 5:01, that's an improvement. 5:12 for Brett. So 5:01 with a 9 puts Chris Houston in the number 10 spot, and Brett in the number 12 with a 5:12. So 18 cars in the category looking to get into 16 slots. J.R. Lazick here, tower side, and John Cuglietta on the spectator side. Lazick from Rutland in the 63 orange-red Nova, backing up from the burnout. Sitting patiently in the water box is the 2004 Mustang out of Edmonton, John Cuglietta. So Lazick, no time on the board as yet. Sponsored by Gen 3, Rad Torque, and JS Power Sports here, Tower Side. Cuglietta had 2 runs yesterday, 5:15 and 4:68. John Cuglietta out of Edmonton, as I say, calls it Balboa. Seriously interesting paint job on that Mustang, reflecting the sun with different hues. Once again, big clouds reflecting high humidity in the air for the nitrous. Both cars pre-stage, getting set. Here they roll into the stage beams, and we're good to go. Cuglietta losing traction right at the hit. J.R. Lazic goes 5:16, 98 miles an hour to get on the board. 9:13 for John Cuglietta, not able to grab hold of the start line. So Lazic goes into the number 13 spot with his 5:16, and Cuglietta stays in the number 6 spot. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to put non-electronic and electronic on standby. So non-electronic and electronic are on standby for your next qualifying hit. And that is going to be followed by license and tests. So non-electronic and electronic, you are on standby for your second qualifying session. Here comes Tony Sousa and Jay Sivertson now. Tony from Surrey, violent performance, 1988 Mustang. Has 1 hit under the belt, 6:48 the Mustang ran yesterday. Jay Sivertson out of Mission, of course, JS Power Sports and Gen 3 Speed, driving the Silver Nova, number 9 position. He also has 1 hit, 494 in that car. So this will be shot number 2 in qualifying session number 3 for both these drivers. Everybody is set. Wow, that's a shallow stage for Jay. And he loses traction on the start line and gets off the gas. 578 improvement for Tony Sousa, 119 miles an hour. 8:39 is the eventual time for Jay. But again, having problems hooking up. He'll stay in the number 9 spot by virtue of his 494. And Tony is 17. Yeah, so once again, if you are in a pit area that is having trouble hearing all the PA calls, you might want to tune in to 92.7 on the FM band, 92.7 for everybody in the pits where you might have problems hearing the PA. So Trevor Mulder and Jordan Brandon sitting in the water box right now. So Trevor Mulder from Alberta, the girlfriend, he calls it. 1990 Mustang. Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions. And Jordan Brandon from Lethbridge, still sitting in the water box in his 2000 Camaro that he calls Side Money. So Trevor Mulder here, Tower side, currently 18th with one run under the belt, one qualifying hit at 5.80. So looking to make an improvement there to get into the top 16. And Jordan Brandon is currently safely in the number 7 spot, 4.70. So let's see if the setups, the changes made, are going to work for Trevor Mulder and Jordan Brandon. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Holland Mike, you need to move your vehicle. Holland Mike, you need to move your vehicle immediately. Thank you. So both cars will now roll into the stage beam. Trevor looking to make a big step up from that 580. Is off and running. Problems for Jordan. 538, an improvement for Trevor Mulder. Jordan, on the other hand, coasting through with a 927, is going to sit on that number 7 spot. Trevor Mulder, though, will move up to the number 16 spot. And that is going to do it for MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. We're now going into Limited Street. So Limited Street now is the category. Vanessa Richards, currently in the number 2 spot. She's here Tower side. And Dennis Drummond in the number 3 spot in the 2003 Cobra Jet Mustang over on the spectator side. I was watching the live stream yesterday, and if I understood correctly, Vanessa Richards has the point lead in the category. Calls that Mustang Hawaii 5.0. Has run a 5:41, 5:36. And so once again, we're racing to the 8th mile. In the number 3 spot, Dennis Drummond, 5.99 and 5:43. So Vanessa purging the nitrous in the Mustang. Vanessa rolls forward as Dennis is already in the pre-staged position. They are set to go. Up for Vanessa as she heads to the 8th. It'll be Dennis getting there with a 5:21, 130 miles an hour. So big improvement for Dennis. 5:47 for Vanessa knocks her down to the number 3 spot as Dennis Drummond goes up into the number 1 spot. And 5:21 is a new track record. So track records fallen here with every session, it seems. Yesterday had two changes in the track record, but right now it's 5:21. In limited street, Jay Robb and Marco Alessio. Red lights don't matter in qualifying, and this is qualifying session number 3. 592 and a 566. Jay Groff, 592, not an improvement. 566, not an improvement either for Marco. Marco sits in the number 6 spot. Jay in the number 7 spot. Currently leading the pack, Dennis Drummond, 521 with a 6 at 130 miles an hour. And Chris McGraw now and Rob Monroe Jr. Rob Monroe on the Lordco side of the racetrack from Surrey in the Blue Acadian. Over here, 1990 Mustang, fox-bodied Mustang. Chris McGraw, number 4, is where he's currently qualified. Has run a 550 and a 545. Rob Monroe in the number 8 spot, 830 and 617. Looking to make a big improvement is Rob Monroe. Wheels up high for Monroe. As both cars launch well, 548 for Chris, not an improvement. 621, not an improvement for Rob. So both drivers will stand on their previous runs. 9 cars in the field. Yet one more Mustang. Very popular body style in the small tire racing category. 561, not an improvement, 123 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics, we need you. Lanes 1 and 2. Electronics, 3 and 4. And license and test, lane 6, please. So non-electronics, bring them up. Lanes 1 and 2. Electronics, 3 and 4. And license and test, we need you in lane 6. So Justin Gibson now and Matt Black. Matt from Kelowna in the 94 Jeep. That's a sleeper of a vehicle there. So currently in the number 9 spot with a 646. Justin in the number 2 spot, 531. Wheels of whoa on both cars. That car launches hard with the wheels up on that Cherokee. So 671, not an improvement for Matt. He stays in the number 9 spot. Justin, 531. So he'll stay on his previous run, 555 on this particular run at 102 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for Limited Street. 9 cars in the category. As we get set. So there's going to be a little bit of track prep, but it might take place after we run the second qualifying session. We have called non-electronic to 1 and 2, electronic to 3 and 4, and license and test to lane 6. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nolan to take care of the next rotation.
Pretty solid first round of qualifying hits there, as it took us just over an hour from where we got started to get that first round finished. Second rotation here, we'll have non-electronics, electronics, but from there, we're not going to go to Outlaw 275. It will be the Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod bikes. Going to be up next before Electronic takes the track for their first round of eliminations. Outlaw 275 Limited Street won't be up until after the first round of electronic eliminations once more. Safety crews out on track, just touching things up and making sure everything is still in tip-top shape. Making sure everything is nice and set for the non-electronic qualifying coming on up around the corner in just a few moments. Fired up around here behind the timing tower, and we get set to roll back into no box qualifying round number 2. And we'll kick it off with Kim Jong-kind, the Titanium Auto Group Chevy pickup, racing Rob Monroe's White Knuckle Racing Model A. Burnouts complete for both racers as they move their way forward to the staging beams. Both drivers pre-staged. Kim Jong-kai, not the best on the tree, 0.7 of a second, but what matters is they're doing chip draws for their first round, and Rob Monroe puts down an 8.86 with an 8 at 148 miles an hour. Kim Jong-kai, a 12.674 at 107. Bring up Cassie Tippy in the Nova wagon to race Randy Hermsen in the Oldsmobile. Hermsen's winged behemoth typically runs in the sportsman and hot rod categories, but this time running in non-electronics. .051 to an .056 here on the starting tree, separated by 0.005 of a second. Tippy gets there first. 11.698 at 116 miles an hour. The winged behemoth goes 13.245 at 105 miles an hour for Randy Hermsen. Bring up Rob Hodgson in the hot rod Plymouth, racing Steve Sheffer in the Pontiac Firebird. Rob Hodgson finished 5th place in the hot rod category this year with 469 points, just one up from Randy Hermsen. With an 0.19 light, he'll run a 10.885 at 123 miles an hour. Steve Sheffer, 12.752 at 107. And bring up the iconic duo. Can you name more iconic duo than this? Jim Bank and Chris Stone. 0.40 to a double 0.4 on the tree. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it will be Stone to get there first. A 9.8, but interesting enough, no speed seems to have been logged. Chris Stone, 10.087 at 131 miles an hour. Of the wheelie bars. He was 164 red in the Chevy Bel Air from 1955. Going up against Derek Shirk, Racing Brent Schwartz's Titanium Auto Group, Monte Carlo. Owens goes 963 with a 9, 136 miles an hour. Derek Shirk a 9.967 at 134. Bring up Don Murray in the Plymouth Hemi Barracuda, racing Dave Jung in his super stock Lordco Auto Parts 1996 Camaro. The 604 Street Legit driver going to run 8.977, 150 miles an hour. Dave Jung, a 10.742 at 123. That'll bring up Kate Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group JS Power Sports Fat Black Enterprises and Rad Torque Systems Jimmy, racing Matt Warner in the SBB Racing Above a Speed Shop Mercury. about that? Matt Warner carrying the front wheel so far. The back bumper nearly scraped off of the pavement in the tail strike. Matt Warner will get out to the quarter mile, 10.548, 123 miles an hour. Cade Shurka, 13.177 at 103. That brings up Rob Monroe Jr. in the 1969 Acadian for ST Performance and Gibson Racing Transmissions to his Kevin Mccauley in the Cutlass. Quarter mile gives it to Rob Monroe, 10.786 at 123 miles an hour. Kevin Mccauley, 11.953 at 111 miles an hour. That will then bring up electronic qualifying for the second pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds, Top Fuel Harleys, and Pro Mod Bikes. You are on standby. That's Pro Mod Bike, and Top Fuel Harley on standby. First pairing in electronic qualifying round number 2 going to be Brad Vinci for BC Racing. We'll be racing Nick Angelucci out of Agassiz in the Malibu. Throttle stops in play for the Super Street driver. Throttle stops off. Brad Vinci trying to chase down Nick Angelucci. Can't get around him. 0.03 of a second. Angelucci stays out in front. 10.875, 123 miles an hour. Vinci goes 10.862 at 148. That brings up Cam Shantz in the Shantz Enterprises Roadster. Racing out of Prince Rupert, sporting a 565 Chevy motor. He'll race Terry Langton Davies in the Langton Davies Concrete Willys. That car typically racing in Canada West Door Slammers, opting not to partake, though, in the Door Slammers Cash Bash race, instead wanting to have a bit of fun here in electronics. 8.776, 147 miles an hour for Cam Shantz. TLD goes 991 with a 6 at 134. Jan Christensen out once again, racing the El Gringo Nova. Taking it to Gordon Hidber out of Prince Rupert in the Chevrolet. .009 red for the driver out of Prince Rupert, Lordco side. Jen Christensen gets there first. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds. We're calling you out to lane 5. West Coast Pro Mods to lane 5. Top Fuel Harley, come on up to lane number 1. Pro Mod Bike to lane 2. Rick Hoekstra brings the 49 Chevy to a 10.137 at 124 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle will race the Malibu to a 10.888 at 127 miles an hour. That brings up Paul Soares in the Unlimited Rentals, Bear Creek, Cont and Timeline Signs, Pontiac Grand Prix out of Terrace to race Steve McKenzie's Cavalier. Double 05 on the tree for Paul Soares. McKenzie goes 0.95. Soares gets their first 7.998 at 170. McKenzie goes 8.23 at 154. And how about this? Derek Shirk back for more, racing the Monte Carlo owned by Lorenz Schwartz. So the owner of Titanium Auto Group going to be double classy here. And Derek Shirk goes 10.120 at 133. Shirk runs a 10.120 to 133 miles an hour. That's going to wrap up second round of electronics qualifying. We'll move to a couple of license test passes. Double 06 on the tree, and looks like he's going to break a bit of traction right around the 330 mark and just kind of coast that one through to the top end before that test pass Lordco side. That'll bring up a Roadster. This Roadster typically runs the Super Gas Index in Lordco's Super Combo of a 990. Tyler Dalglish kind of in and out of the throttle a little bit back here. TCS side went 11, excuse me, on the tree, and it's going to coast that car through just past the 8th mile. Got a Mustang Fox body over here at TCS Sign, racing Michael Dixon's Chevrolet out of Fort St. John over in the Lordco lane. Darren DeRoche fully stages the car before Dixon could even get the chance to pre-stage. Wheels up high for DeRoche, slams back down, but he is not flinching. Gonna run that pass out to the quarter mile, 8.676, 160 miles an hour. Michael Dixon goes 10.034 at 127. That'll bring up Adam Pullyblank for one more test pass on the day. Ran his first test pass at the end of electronics qualifying in round number 1. And how about some good old dragster action? Don't get to see this one out here all too much, so take the time to savor it. Dane Lachelt. Firing up the dragster. Making as much noise as he possibly can as Lechelt's gonna stop that dragster just at the 330 mark. And we'll get set to back that up to the staging beams. This is a car that we have seen make several 200+ mile-an-hour passes when making full pulls. If he can make a full pull here, expect to see that too be the first number on the mile-an-hour section of the leaderboards. Mcleod sporting Highway 97 transmissions. Kelowna on the dragster as he bumps the car forwards towards the staging beams. That's going to be a full pull. 092 on the tree. 6.079, 235 miles an hour for Dane Lachelt on the test pass. How's that for a good way to kick off your Saturday morning? Going to be down a little bit now after that dragster pass for a bit of track prep here. Well, when racing action kicks off again, it'll be for the West Coast Pro Modifieds and their first qualifier of the weekend.
To the stands if I were you. That is pay attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics. We have got you on standby for round 1 of eliminations. Electronics got you on standby for round 1 of eliminations. As we get set to go Pro Mod racing here. Absolutely fast cars on a very sticky track. Ken Sahota out of Langley. He calls it the Bluebird. It's a 2000 Firebird. 427 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. Nitrous assisted. See him purging the nitrous right now out of the tank. You want to get the air out of the system. You want to get the nitrous right to the jets. You want to build up the bottle pressure and temperature to the desired temperature, and all of that happens with the press of a button. As Ken Sahota gets ready to bring the car. First hit of the weekend. Qualifying session number 1. And they'll have, looks like about 3 or 4 of them today, as they will go into eliminations tomorrow. So Ken Sahota from Langley, gets set. And he is off and running. 8th mile, 3:99. Hangs out the laundry, 185 miles an hour, 3:99. That's a good time to pop into the number 1 spot. Straight and true. Ken Sahota has got it pretty much figured out. 3:99 with a 4, 185 miles an hour, and that is our first Pro Mod run of the day. Looks like we've got a pair coming up, sitting underneath the bridge. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, we need you to the lanes. Round 1, eliminations. Electronics, to the lanes, please. Here we go, Corvette and Mustang. Dave Kowalski. Dave Kowalski driving the 2015 Corvette from Fort St. John. Over here, tower side from Sherwood Park, Tom Reithmeyer. Reithmeyer driving the 71 Mustang, and I don't mind telling you, that is my favorite years of the Mustang. That flatback style. I was in high school at the time, and I just fell in love with the look of those Mach 1s. So call me crazy, but there's a couple of them here today, and I think that is absolutely spectacular. Love that body style. Tom's got the big blower sitting out front. Lots of options in the power adders in Pro Mod, as is the case with so many classes. Both these guys running with the big blowers, and it is their first qualifying shot at the racetrack this morning. Well, I guess it's this afternoon, isn't it? So Dave Kowalski going to the 8th mile, up against Tom Reithmeyer. Both of them pre-staged, roll forward a little bit more, and here we go. Wow, Reithmeyer getting no traction traction whatsoever. 407 for the Corvette. Dave Kowalski. Wow. Pedaling it all the way through to see what he could get. 892, but it was all for naught because he just lost traction right at the hit. Car started to head to the center line, got out of it, straightened it out, back on it. A lot going on in 8 seconds, that's for sure. Here comes Ryan Hayward and Rick Barnhart. Barnhart driving another one of those 71 flatback Mustangs. Ryan Hayward losing power, fired back up. 69 Camaro. So this is classic. 69 Camaro versus 71 Mach 1. Up the tower, Keith Peterson. I was telling everybody how that's my favorite Mustang body style. High school.
And we got two of them here on the property this weekend.
I know.
You're talking about your favorite car in high school. Did you know the roof on Tom Riethmeyer's car is steel?
Oh, it's steel.
Off of the car that he... Oh, and both cars lost fire. Look at that. We're too busy chatting. But that's off the car that he drove in high school.
It is. Wow. That's obviously I'm not the only one who has a sort of emotional attachment to that body style. Mm-hmm. You either love it or hate it, though. There's a lot of people who did not like that body style, and I, for the life of me, can't figure out why.
Yeah, like it might have something to do with the fact that it was still a fairly large car, and that was the era when all those the emissions stuff started coming in.
True enough.
So the body style was cool if you could put
enough horsepower in
a real motor in it without all this extra stuff.
Well, I remember a buddy of mine who had a green one. He was in grade 12. I was in grade 11. And we went for a ride, and it was probably the most powerful car that I had ever ridden in. I have no idea what he had, but I know it set me back in the seat. And so that was also one of the things that clued me into that car.
Was it one of those put the $100 bill on the dash, and if you can reach it, you can have it?
No. Remember high school, $100. Well, who saw $100 in 1971?
Right. The Bank of the Stone Age wasn't quite as lucrative as it is now.
That is true.
$100 now is like, $20.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot different.
That's right.
And of course, when gas was 15 cents a gallon.
That's right. Let's see what Rick does. Wow, wheels up, and he's charging hard. Whoa, 426.
Rick has been tuning on that thing all year, trying to get that thing up and going. He broke the transmission at Pacific Raceways and hurt the heads at Rad Torque Raceway. He's down here trying to charge hard. He's been going for that 399 all year.
Well, 426 puts him in the number 2 spot of the 3 cars that made it down the track here in this first session. How many Pro Mods have we got on the property?
Well, we had 7, and I regret to inform you that the Gary Urlacher Motorsports beautiful Corvette will not be able to be running this weekend. When he pulled into the parking lot, he unloaded his personal car out of the stacker and went to unload the race car, and he found a crack in the chassis. He got that repaired yesterday. But today, in looking through everything, he found a second crack in the chassis. And he said, if there's 2, there could be more that I can't see. And he's just not ready to make that.
Absolutely not.
To make that judgment or that risk.
No, safety first. Well, listen, we got some Top Fuel Harleys coming up here. A little bit of carnage already as Jim Schellenberg is heading back into the pits. So I'm guessing.
Schellenberg was well over 200 miles an hour yesterday in testing. Had a really clean pass. They made a second match race together last night. Both bikes struggling. From what I understand, Nate Gagnon has a new engine combination in here this weekend that he's testing as well.
So we'll have to see how he does here. Thomas Classic. 630 at 211 miles an hour. Wheel up for 330 feet. It kept climbing, too, so you could tell it was under power and rocking.
Well, I've always said those Top Fuel Harleys spend more time on 3 wheels than 2.
The 2 wheelie bars and the
rear tire, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's when you know you're on a good run. So Nate Gagnon, 630. That's NHRA caliber running right there.
That's right. Nate Gagnon has always been a front runner with that Top Fuel Harley no matter where he goes. And this new engine combination is definitely looks like it's working out for him.
He's got it tuned up. 2012 world champion, 2013 Canadian champion. The man knows a thing or two about motorcycles.
Yes, he does. All right, well, I got to run and chat with some of my the other 5 pro mods that we got here.
All right.
5 or 6. We're looking forward to seeing everybody up for Q2. Those part shortages just keep hammering on us, and the war of attrition has been really hard this year.
Okay, we'll see you back up in a bit. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nolan again.
Back to Pro Mod Bikes. Jeff Pitter in the 2010 Suzuki, all the way up from Yellowknife in the Northwest Territory, is going to be racing someone a little bit more local to the BC area. Out of Hope, it's Gary Christopher. Burnout's already complete for both motorcycles, and while these bikes definitely lack the noise and the rumble that the Top Fuel Harleys can bring up, they can go just as fast, if not faster. Slight hold up just a moment as both bikes continue to get themselves sorted. Gary Christopher backing it back up into the burnout box next to a patiently waiting Steve Abusini. And gonna look to get that bike refired. No need for a second burnout, just needed to get him back to the starting motor. Now he's gonna roll that bike back forward and stage up next to Jeff Pitter. Close to the center line, out of the groove at the moment for Gary Christopher, but he's going to stay in it and run 190 miles an hour with a 6.744. Jeff Petrie going 8.115 at 153. Thought Christopher might back out when he started to get a little bit close out of the groove, but just like the Harleys, keeping it pinned all the way up to the quarter mile. And that will just leave then Steve Abusini. Abusini making the interesting choice to run with the Pro Mod motorbikes. While it might not be as fast Pro Mod bikes, that's not to say that bike doesn't have some serious speed underneath it, as he will still go 185 miles an hour at 7.859. So maybe he does have some Pro Mod bike potential over there. Looks like that's going to be it then for the Pro Mod motorcycles. I think that means at the moment, going to be down for just a small bit of track prep, and then we're going to roll back over into the electronic category for their first round of eliminations. First round of qualifying hits for all of the special classes being Pro Mod Bike, and Top Fuel Harley. A lot of very impressive runs so far, as riders and drivers alike really looking to push the limits on what these cars and bikes are able to do. At least do safely. Although I would still put safely in a bit of an asterisk with, how volatile those Pro Mod bikes and especially the Top Fuel Harleys can be on a run. And that's the sort of thing that we're going to be seeing all day long until well past 6 in the evening. So there's no better event to end off the season than the West Coast Pro Mod Shootout. It is definitely one of the bigger events that you get on the year. And in regards to that, want to take a quick moment to thank all of the folks watching from home on Lordco MRP TV, and also to all of the folks we got out there in the spectator stands. You don't often see them so full on an early afternoon when we're still in qualifying for just about all of our classes. Great to see you all coming on out here and enjoying the nice weather with us as we go racing at the Titanium Strip. So we roll into electronics for first round of eliminations. And we will start it up with Jan Christensen. Over here, TCS side. Dialed in an 851 of the El Gringo Nova, racing Nick Angelucci. Out of Agassi in the Malibu. First pairing then in a 11-car field. Both drivers pre-stage now bumping in one at a time. And Angelucci will lead first on about a 1.4 second advantage. Both drivers have green lights. A much better reaction time though for Jan Christensen, nets him the race win. It was an 010 to a 170. About a 1/1600th of a second advantage on the starting tree will give Christensen the upper hand. Burnouts complete for Rick Hoekstra in the Chevy pickup, dialed at a 1010. Will lead first to Paul Soares, dialed at 799 in the Unlimited Rentals, Victory Compt, and Timeline Signs Pontiac Grand Prix out of Terrace. Hoekstra's going to turn on the red lights. Giving Paul Soares the free pass into round number 2. That was of Goran Hidberg out of Prince Rupert. Racing his Chevrolet dialed at a 913 will race Derek Shirk, the owner of Titanium Auto Group in the Beast Monte Carlo. Also for JS Power Sports, Speed Shop, and Rad Torque Systems. Derek Shirk will be the driver to lead first. Less than a second, though, will separate these two. Derek Shirk out in front of the 1,000 foot, stays out in front, runs a 10.141 at 126 miles an hour. Whole shot win for the Titanium Auto Group Monte Carlo. Gordon Hidberg had a 2:44 reaction time on the tree to Shirk's 0:21. Now race up Cam Shantz. And the Shantz Enterprises Roadster dialed at 877 to race Martin Rochelle, racing the Super Street Index. Double red lights. Martin Rochelle, the lesser offender. 017 red to 013. Rochelle move on into the next one. Terry Landon Davies dialed at 988 in Landon Davies Concrete Willys. We'll be racing a Tesla over there in the Lordco lane. I believe there was supposed to be a Cavalier there for Steve McKenzie. I'm assuming that Cavalier broke, which is why we're seeing the Model Y Tesla make a hit instead. It makes sense that the Model Y Tesla is the one that is going to be in the electronics class, as it is all electronics. Apparently, as I've been told from Shelby here in the tower, the battery alone weighs 5,000 pounds. Or something like that. Wow. Couple of red lights, and Terry Lane to Davies goes 1.5 seconds red. Steve McKenzie, 3/4 of a second red. I think that's the first time I've seen a .725 red light somehow still be a victory. Anything's possible, though, in drag racing. This has certainly been a year for firsts for me. Steve McKenzie will be moving on to the next round. So it's looking like that's going to wrap it up then for round number 1 of electronics. Well, it was set to be a pair of Top Fuel Harleys earlier on in the day. That ended up turning into one. As Jim Schellenberg had troubles getting his Top Fuel Harley fired up. Looks like, though, he's going to make up for that run now, though. The weekend Harley for LMS Reinforcing Alder Auto, SRL Industries, Reckless Restorations, Thiessen Hot Rod, and Fastlane Custom Cycles. Making the short commute out from Surrey. Short in comparison to some drivers, at least, that are racing out here with us this weekend.
You know, the interesting thing with this run now is Jim had the opportunity to see what Nate did. 630, 211 miles an hour. So you don't think that maybe Jim's thinking, I'm going to try and shoot for that myself?
Sometimes you need that little bit of a kick for motivation there to get that throttle pinned.
Incentive. That's what you want. A little bit of incentive. So, you know, once again, we're looking at a Top Fuel Harley weighing in at about, it's about 1,000 pounds. And it's got about 1,000 horsepower. So the weight to horsepower ratio is, that would be 1:1, right? So quite a beast. And to do a good run, that front wheel has to be off the ground to at least the 330 mark. Otherwise, basically the run just is aborted to some degree. Top Fuel Harley record is 624. That was set way back in 2014. And so Nate running 630 earlier this morning. Basically, he's on the doorstep of a record run. Here comes Jim Schellenberg now, truck driver out of Surrey. Spends his spare time riding a Top Fuel Harley. Straight down the groove, and he is trucking. Goes 696. 696 at 180 miles an hour. So basically a controlled pass that he basically wanted to get down the track to see what the bike is going to do, and I'm sure he'll be going back in the pits to tune it up. And with that, we go into a little bit of track preparation before we go Outlaw 275 racing. So they have one more qualifying hit. That's the qualifying session number 4. And they are currently on standby then. Outlaw 275, you are on a very short standby. If you haven't had a chance to grab a bite to eat, now would be a good time. I noticed that Barry and Shelley are here. That's right, BS Espresso. Underneath the grandstand bleachers. Mini donuts, iced tea, lemonade, and some Milano Special Roast, espresso, cappuccinos, mochas, lattes, frappuccinos. My, oh my. BS Espresso in the blue booth underneath the pit side grandstand. Check them out. Barry and Shelley with the mini donuts. Can't go wrong with that. If you want something more substantial, the Half Track Snack Shack is where you want to be. They've got the chicken strips, the combos, the hamburgers, the hot dogs, and all sorts of other things that are available. Chicken and waffles for $8. Come on. You can't go wrong with that. Chicken and waffles available while we do a little bit of track preparation. Get the tractors out there doing the rub. And do a little bit of spray as we get set to go 8th mile racing with MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. To thank all of you race fans for joining us here at Mission Raceway. Know that there are lots of ways that you can be spending your entertainment dollar, and so we really appreciate you taking the time to spend it with us. If you're sitting over on the spectator side, please know that your admission bought you a pit pass. So feel free to walk over the bridge anytime and take a look at the race cars and watch the racers in their race preparation mode so that you can see what actually goes on. Unlike a lot of race series, NHRA drag racing allows you to get right next to the cars and the racers as long as you don't disturb with them when they're doing all their hard work in between rounds. But you get the opportunity to see exactly what goes on in the pits up close and personal. So do invite you to head over the bridge, but do ask that you not stop on the bridge to watch any racing action. It's probably not much interest to be on the bridge and watch the tractors, but now's a good time to head over and take a look at what's happening on the pit side. While you're here, the Pro Shop is open. NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs available for you here. This is not counting next week's Mopac Auto Supply Street Legal. This is the final race of the season, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Final race of the year, so it'll be your final race to head into the Pro Shop and check out some NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs, apparel, headgear, jackets, hoodies, some die-cast cars, stickers, pins, glassware, you name it. And some snacks as well, chocolate bars and ice cream sandwiches, Magnum bars and freezies. So head over to the Pro Shop right across the patio from the Half-Track Snack Shack. Check out some souvenirs. Attention in the pits, so we're now calling Outlaw 275 MDA Fabrications. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. And we're calling Limited Street as well, and that means non-electronics. You are on standby for your first round of eliminations. But Outlaw 275 and Limited Street to the lanes, please, for qualifying session number 4. So, as many of you race fans have noticed over 2022, Titanium Auto Group, one of the primary sponsors, have really stepped up here with their advertising program, sponsoring not only a host of race cars, but the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles, regardless of budget. Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs because that is what their customers have come to expect. They have two stellar locations, which are both located in Langley. Titanium's flagship store is located at 9494 200th Street, just south of the Golden Ears Bridge. And on the corner of Fraser Highway and Willowbrook Drive is where you'll find their second superb location, right across the street from Willowbrook Mall. The goal of the Titanium Auto Group is to get all their customers into a vehicle they want, regardless of their credit history. Titanium specializes in getting people of all different credit levels into cars that they want and that they deserve. So I want to thank all the good folks, Derek Shirk and his team at the Titanium Auto Group, for stepping up with their sponsorship of all sorts of activities and events here at Mission Raceway in 2022. We're in the middle of the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, and this is the last major event of the season for us here at Mission Raceway. So you've picked a great weekend to join us. Some really fast cars and some really interesting motorcycles. So sit back, relax, and check out things happening in the pits when you have the opportunity. And we'll be getting cars down the track momentarily as we have called Outlaw 275 to the lanes, along with Limited Street, non-electronic. You are on standby for your first round of eliminations.
Wait for our next hits in Outlaw 275. We're going to make the 20-minute standby call for non-electronics. For door slammers. Ignore my call, no box. Canada West door slammers. You're on a 20-minute standby call. Coming around the corner. Burnout's complete for Justin Gallant and the Lil Bruiser Mustang for Diversified Metalworks. Super Steve Tires, Beta Automotive, and CDS Converter. Currently the #1 qualifier with a 4.548 at 160 miles an hour. Racing Rick Mcleod out of Vernon in the Dart. Mcleod currently sits third with a 4.65 with a 5 at 150. Mcleod fully staged. So is Gallant. It's 399 red. 4.630, 151 miles an hour, though, so will improve on his overall time. Justin Gallant, though, does not. He is about still half a second off. Mcleod will improve on the time, but not in his positioning. Still about 26 thousandths of a second back from #2 qualifier Dan Rodrigue. So at the moment, that is where he is going to sit as we get set for the next round in Outlaw 275, which will be eliminations when it's up next. He's just got to hope that nobody else can get around him. McCarthy burning out the Mustang Fox body for an SMC Race Cars out of Spokane, Washington, racing Max Nielsen out of Edmonton. Pair of Mustangs, one a bit newer than the other. McCarthy rolling his way forward. Max Nielsen already sitting just shy of the pre-stage bulbs. Bit out of shame for Max Nielsen on the other side. Oh, big trouble. Stay where you're at. Stay where you're at. Big explosion for Eric McCarthy. Folks, stay where you are. Safety crews will be rolling to check on the driver. The top end reports are coming in. There was no contact with the wall. Driver is fine. So Eric McCarthy is safe and sound. At this point, it's just going to be a cleanup job. And this could prove to be a bit of a lengthy delay as a result of that. There's a lot of debris that's going to have to be cleaned up on the racetrack. So just sit tight. We will be back up and running as quick as can be.
The cleanup you mentioned is certainly going to take a few minutes. The good thing, if there is a silver lining to this, is that it is in the shutdown area. And so unless there was some oil put down on the racing surface, the cleanup is always a little bit quicker when it's just a cleanup at the top end. We don't have to do the track preparation. But nonetheless, we haven't heard one way or the other, and safety crew is out there checking to see if there was anything deposited on the racing surface. And as soon as we know, we'll keep you up to date.
I did see them sweeping up a little bit because the motor did let go just past the 8th foot. So I know there was an engine hood that was laying in the grass. There was a bit of other car parts that were between the 8th foot and the quarter mile. But it looks like for the most part, those have already been cleared away, seeing as they're now making their way up towards that top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's right. You reminded me that this was a race to the 8th mile as opposed to the quarter mile. Had that happened closer to the quarter mile, then certainly it would have been all on the top end. But yeah, we'll wait and see what the safety crew discovers between the 8th and the quarter. And when we find out, we'll update you.
I think that incident is a perfect example of why these cars don't race out to the quarter mile.
Yeah, there's a lot of horsepower. Like I say, upwards of well over 1,000 horsepower on little skinny tires, and so that's I mean they managed to go almost 200 miles an hour at the 8th mile and in close to 4 seconds. So it's a lot of power jammed into a little vehicle, and yeah, we know what happens when they used to race to the quarter mile. That last quarter or that last eighth was pretty treacherous. So anyway, if you're watching on the YouTube, you see a replay of the explosion right there, and it was a big one. It was a big one, no question about it. And from the top end camera, you can see the car come sailing through, missing a number of pieces, and still on fire as he rolls to a stop at the shutdown area there. So I want to thank all the folks at Valley Tech for the great replays, the instant replays that we get, presented by Lucas Oil Products. And so I want to thank them for the hard work that they put in making these video presentations just that much more spectacular and informative. So we're going to be on hold for a little bit here in the Outlaw 275 category, presented by MDA Fabrication. We've got the cleanup crews at the top end, so if you're looking to grab a bite to eat, now would certainly be a good time to head over to the concession stand or head over to the pro shop. We'll make sure that as we're updated on the cleanup, we let you know that you'll need to head back into the stands, but for the next few minutes, we're going to be on hold. So feel free to check out some things in the pit area, and as I say, the minute we hear that everything is cleared on the top end and we'll be getting back to racing, we'll give you the shout and let you know that we're just minutes away. So we'll be on hold for just a few more minutes.
the cleanup crews up at the top, and we're looking at around 10, 15 minutes, just kind of around that little range, so not too much longer left. I think at this point, it's they got in the car, cleared away. It's just a matter of trying to clean up all the oil and other residue from that fire that is left down there on the racetrack, including, I'd imagine, potential water extinguisher residue that might have been left behind as well. So they are still in the process, but hopefully within the next 15 minutes or so, we'll be back up and running.
I see that at the top end we've got a lot of the heavy equipment that is starting to leave the area. So it looks like most of the hard work is already done. If you're wandering in the pits, it's probably a good idea to head back into the stands because the tractors are coming back, the ATVs are coming back, and looks like we're just minutes away from getting things going. I'm not sure that they'll have to do any further spraying up at the top end, but so everybody's getting back into position, safety in the ET shack, and you can see the tractor coming back, and we'll be parking, and we'll get underway with the rest of the category.
I want to, of course, appreciate the patience from all of the spectators that have been waiting for this event to get back underway. Now that everything is in tip-top shape, it's just about that time. Coming on up into the water box next, we continue to roll through Outlaw 275 for their final qualifying hit. Will be Jason Gagnon for Angle Plug Racing in the 1970 Yenko Nova. Also raced for Gen 3 Speed and JS Motorsports. He currently sits 5th on the qualifying boards. His latest pass speed of 4.678 at 153 miles an hour. Besting a 4.721 and a 5.033 from last night. He'll go up against Parm Jawanda in the night shift Jawanda Motors Mustang for RPK Tiles. Jawanda currently sits 8th with a 4.754 at 155.2 miles an hour. He ran a 4.834 and a 5.216 last night as well. So overall, it seems like drivers have got those cars dialed in for today. They fire up. And we'll complete another couple of burnouts. Both drivers having troubles hooking on up, and they're still going to pedal it out to the 8th mile. JC Gagnon goes 5:45, will not improve on his time. That's in fact the slowest qualifying hit he's had so far. Same for Parm Jawanda as they both really spun the tires up, just not able to get enough traction. They will sit 5th and 8th. Here's your 14th and 16th place qualifiers. Larry Yampolsky for JS Power Sports in the Malibu. Also for Diversified Metalworks and KR Auto Clinic. His fastest time, a 5:34 with a 5 at 132 miles an hour. Racing Tej Sangha in the Bubble Racing Mustang Fox Body for JMS Racing as well. His fastest time of 5:382 at 129. Larry Yampolsky's last run prior to setting the 5:34 with a 5 was a 5:367. So far, Yampolsky has had a pretty even qualifying time so far. So to kick the wheels up as Tej Sangha fails to hook up properly to the racetrack, Yampolsky will go 5:312 at 132 miles an hour. So he continues to improve on his times as Tej Sangha will not improve And unfortunately for Yampolsky, while he will be able to improve on this time, not on the positioning, still just under a tenth of a second off of Max Nielsen. That'll bring up Brett Morgan in the DNS Quick Trench and Commercial Power Terrain Mustang. Currently 11th on the qualifying sheets with a 5.128 at 141. His other two times have been a 5.138 and a 5.155. So to say Brett Morgan is fairly settled in the low 5.1 second region is a bit of an understatement, as all of his qualifying times so far have been separated by less than 0.03 of a second. So I'm expecting another 5.1 something in this run. Steve Skoken in the Pale Horse Mustang for LMS and Violent Performance will be right beside him. Skoken currently sits 18th with a 6.5 at 77 miles an hour. He is going to have to really improve. He only had the one hit so far earlier today. And it was an aborted run as well. Both drivers away on green lights. 5.117, 143 miles an hour for Brett Morgan will also improve. So does Steve Skoken. Skoken puts down a 5.33 with a 1 at 121. He'll go to 15th. Brett Morgan stays in 11th. Again, just shy of a tenth of a second off of Chris Houston, who currently sits at the last spot in the top 10. That's going to make Tony Sousa over there, Lordco side, in the Violent and the new number 18 qualifier. Sousa's quickest time of 5.783 at 119 miles an hour. John Cuglietta in the orange Balboa Mustang for North Logistics and HPS over here, TCS side. Racing out of Edmonton, Alberta. He currently sits 6th with a 4.688 at 161 as his fastest time. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Limited Street, we need you to the stage lanes for your next round of qualifying. Limited Street, we need you to the stage lanes for your next round of qualifying. Both drivers hooking up well. John Cuglietta, 4.671 will improve on the time. Tony Sousa, same story. They both improve by a couple of hundredths of a second. Cuglietta stays in. Tony Sousa stays in 18th. And while we're also making that call for Limited Street to the stage lanes once again for your final hit of qualifying, we're also going to then make the call for non-electronics to the rear of staging to be laddered for first round. That brings up Jordan Brandon out of Lethbridge in the Side Money Camaro. Trevor Mulder out of Alberta will be racing the girlfriend Ford Mustang Fox body for Motion Performance and Horsepower Solutions. Both of these drivers sit 7th and 16th. A 4.703 fastest time for Brandon over here in the left lane. Right lane has a 5.380, but that was an aborted run as he only went 96 miles an hour. Mulder sits 16th. More wheel spin for Trevor Mulder. Jordan Brandon will go on a full hit, 4.692, 156 miles an hour. New fastest time for Brandon. And that brings up the next pairing of Jay Sivertson in the JS Power Sports and Gen 3 Speed Nova. Dialed in at his fast time of 4:9:45 at 144 miles an hour as the number 1 qualifier. Chris Houston out of Lethbridge for HPS, RPM, Gehindrick, and TNN BSI. He sits 10th with a 5.019 at 142 miles an hour. And Jay Sivertson going to be back out of the water box as the Nova going to break on the starting line. And Chris Houston making a full pull. 5:093, 143 miles an hour. A good pass, but unfortunately will not improve on his time. He will sit in 10th. Dan Rodrigue going to come up from Yarrow in the Boo Malibu for Ken Specialty Automotive, West Star Trailer, SD Performance, and McGraw Metalworks. His fastest time of 4.604 at 156 miles an hour. He is sitting at the moment about half of a tenth of a second off of Justin Glantz, number 1 qualifying time of a 4.548. Dan Rodrigue purging some of the nitrous in the Malibu as he now rolls forward. Seeing if he can somehow find an extra half of a tenth inside that car. Shakes the tires, and it's going to be an aborted run then for Dan Rodrigue. He will stay second. That brings up J.R. Lazick. He has also only made one pass so far in qualifying today. He's out of Rutland, BC in the Nova for Gen 3 Speed, Rad Torque Systems, and JS Power Sports. It was an aborted run, 5.164 at 98 miles an hour, so Lazick has the ability to go quicker. He currently sits 12th. This is a top running car if you can just get it hooked up as he leaves the starting tree. And get it hooked up. He will not. He's going to shut it off and coast that one through. That's going to wrap up Outlaw 275 qualifying. We will now roll into Limited Street. Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta for True North Turbos and Legacy Auto Group will be racing his 2003 Cobra Mustang. He's currently the #1 qualifier with a 5.216 at 130 miles an hour. His prior time has been a 5.4 and a 5.9. He's racing Chris McGraw in the Flipper Mustang Fox body. His time's been pretty consistent so far throughout qualifying, 5.508 for his slowest time. Then it was a 5.482. His most recent pass, a 5.455 at 121, puts him 4th. Chris McGraw spins the tires. Dennis Drummond puts down a 5.353 at 114 miles an hour, so neither driver is going to be improving. And that will bring up Miguel Fontino in the Precision Racing Engines Mustang. He's currently 5th on the qualifying sheets. A recent pass saw him break into the 5.5 second range with a 5.598 at 124. Jay Graw, racing out of Abbotsford, will be for 2020 Autoglass. In the 1981 Z28 for Central Valley Insurance, Maskell's Collision, and McGraw Metalworks. Wheels up high for Fontino. Racing to the 8th mile, 5.569. He will improve by a couple of hundreds. And Jay Graw will not be improving himself. Fontino not going to be able to improve either. And Matt Black going to run through, and the 94 Jeep is going to back it up and will not be allowed to make another attempt. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West door slammers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 for your first qualifying hit of the day. So just a test car at the moment, as it looks like that might just be a wrap then on Limited Street. And in fact it is, as I can see non-electronics coming around the corner. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds. You're on standby. West Coast Pro Mods, you're going to be on standby for your next qualifying hit. And well, as this testing pass continues to go along down the track, I think I'm going to pass things back over here to Jerry, who will take you through the next rotation.
Nolan, great job covering all those cars, and it can be a little bit manic. We're going into round number 1. Eliminations for non-electronic. So these are cars that have no electronics on board, no throttle stops, no delay boxes, nothing like that at all that controls their performance. You step on the gas and you go. And we're going to start with first pair. Kim Johnkind and Rob Monroe Jr. Kim driving the 48 Chevy pickup, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group out of Langley. Dialed in, it's a handicap race, right? The pickup gets to leave first, dialed in at 1269. Rob Monroe in the Acadian, blue Acadian, dialed in at 1076. Slower vehicle gets to leave the start line first. In this case, that is Kim in the 48 Chevy pickup. Everybody leaves with a green light. No problems on the start line. It'll be decided on the top end with no one breaking out, and it will be a win for Rob Monroe. Had the much better reaction time, an 0.51 to a 2.93. So Rob Monroe runs 11.09 at 107 miles an hour to advance into the next round. And that brings up Rob Monroe Sr., driving that 31 Model A. Hot looking hot rod, lifts the wheels all the time. Small block Chevy under the, well, it doesn't have under, sitting out front. Kevin Mccauley in the 83 Cutlass. Kevin's got the handicap start. He's dialed in at 1197. Waiting patiently was Rob Monroe. Is that hot rod going to get around the Cutlass at the top end? He's working hard to do it, and he does not. Kevin Mccauley had the better reaction time by 0.02 of a second. Runs 12.04 on an 11.97 dial to advance into the next round. Kevin Mccauley moving on. Here's your 2021 Hot Rod champion, Rob Hodgson. In the 67 Plymouth, here Towers side, dialed in at 1091. And Cassie Tippy from Surrey, over in the other lane in the 65 Nova Wagon, 1171 is the dial in. So Cassie getting the handicap start in this particular case. Just under a second's worth handicap start. So Cassie getting the handicap start, taking full advantage of the tree and rolling out to the stripe. Manages to stay out in front of Rob. Had a reaction reaction time of 0:09, blistering fast. 11:73 was the time on an 11:71 dial. So Cassie Tippy moving on into the next round of non-electronics. Here comes the Hemi Cuda of Don Murray, White Rock. 426 cubic inches of classic Hemi power under the hood against a 399 cubic inch Ford of Matt Warner in the 66 Mercury. Wheels are going to lift on the Ford of Matt Warner. He's got the handicap start. There he goes. That car loves to lift the front end. Can he stay out in front of the Hemi, though? Hemi's off the gas. 10:66. Well, that's because Don Murray saw the red light. Matt Warner went 002 red. That's right. Just a little too anxious. Sumas Washington driver leaving the start line with a red light. Katie Shirt now and Jim Benke. Katie over here in the Titanium Auto Group sponsored 86 Jimmy. Also, shout-outs going to JS Power Sports, Fat Black Entertainment, Rad Torque. They're both pre-staged. Jimmy gets the handicap start. Here comes the Rad Torque sponsored CUDA of Jim Benke. No red lights to contend with this time around. It is a win light for Jim Benke. Had the much better reaction time, 006 against a 136. So Jim Benke goes 111 miles an hour. Moving on into round number 2 of non-electronics as Chris Stone and Brad Owens get set to do battle. 55 Chevy, dialed in at 969, gets the handicap over the 983 of the Dodge Dart here on the tower side. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing. Sponsored by Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor Marina, BG Fuel Products, and Titanium Auto Group. Chris Stone, going to have to wait patiently. Just got a small, tiny handicap going to that 55 Chevy. Win light comes on for Chris Stone as Brad Owens ran too fast. 9:68 on a 9:69. So 988's good for the win. Chris Stone to advance as Randy Hermson now and Dave Jung. Next pair. Handicap will be going to Randy Hermson, dialed in at 1342. Big Oldsmobile moves first. Dave Jung takes that Super Stocker in hot pursuit. It's a win light for Dave Jung. 1083 at 116 miles an hour. Dave Jung moving on into the next round. So Derek Shirk now in the Monte Carlo. Over here, Tower Side, sponsored by, of course, Titanium Auto Group. He is the proprietor. Steve Sheffer in the other lane in the Pontiac Firebird. Out of Surrey, dialed in at 1275. Gets the handicap start over Derek. Both pre-staged. Sheffer rolls in. Shirk rolls in. Handicap comes down. And both of them with almost identical reaction times. They'll motor on down the quarter mile and see who gets there first without any breakout. Win light for Derek Shirk goes 10:10 on a 10:03 dial, 133 miles an hour, taking out Steve Sheffer. So Derek Shirk advancing into the next round of non-electronics, and that's going to do it for the category. Next category up is Canada West Door Slammers, and so in anticipation of that, we may be seeing some track preparation. I'm not sure. See, one of the tractors is rolling. So we're getting ready to see some fast cars, 200-mile-per-hour cars, potentially. And so in anticipation of that, we're going to do the track preparation. There's a lot made of track preparation these days. Back in the olden days, some of us will remember. The track preparation simply involved kicking off any big parts that you saw on the racing surface and maybe a broom here or there, and then driving around any of the shiny spots. That was the total summation of track preparation. And then things got a little bit more scientific, and so now there's quite literally the art and science of track preparation, depending on what the composition of the track is, the altitude of the track, and the cars that are in competition. All those things are taken into account as far as how the track needs to be prepared, and so all of that is known to the safety crew. They will make sure that all of the necessary rubbing and spraying is taken care of with the right percentages of VHT traction compound, so that that particular category of cars that is running will be able to take full advantage of the track. It's not only something that is there, the stickiness to make sure that the cars are running fast, but it's also there as a safety precaution to keep them in the groove. And so that's why a lot of times you'll hear us talk about cars getting out of the groove, that is, out of the prepared area of the racing surface. Most of these cars will be running with a fair bit of controlled tire spin, and so it is important that they know that the track is prepared to withstand the preparations that they have made to their race cars. Canada West Door Slammers that are coming up for their qualifying session. They will be on the track a couple of times today. And this is a category that runs 870 or quicker to race on a ladder. Now, this is a bit of a special race for them. Their series of 6 races for 2022 was completed at the last event, and so they have handed out the points, and Paul Stretch is the 2022 champion in the category, Canada West Door Slammers, but nonetheless, under ordinary circumstances, when they're in competition, you have to run 870 or quicker, and that gets the category at a pretty good pace. It's not necessarily a track class here at Mission Raceway, but it's run by an independent group. Basically, in order to be in Canada West Door Slammers, all cars must have 2 operating doors. Now, the cars must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. That's about it. No roadsters or anything like that. No center steer, super comp cars or whatever. They got to be driving on the left-hand side. They got to have front and rear suspension, so no solid suspension. And they have to have a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice typically goes to the faster cars. So those are sort of in a nutshell what the rules are for Canada West door slammers. And I'm not even sure how many of them we have on the property, but they are having a bit of a shootout this weekend. So they will be coming up next as soon as we complete the track preparation that is underway right now. They have approximately 20 Canada West door slammers on the property. Good, strong field of cars. And the weekend sponsors, Titanium Auto Group. That is the weekend sponsor for the Canada West door slammers. All right, here we go. Coming underneath the bridge. Canada West door slammers, Paul Debris Jr. 1966 Valiant with a great big picnic table rear wing. Paul Debris, not actually one of the quickest cars in the category, but he was the champion in 2021. That's right. It's Dave Warren in the other lane, the Blue Max 62 Bel Air. Paul Debris Jr. from Shawnigan Lake, BC. Dave Warren, Cloverdale, BC. So they're backing up. Blue Max tends to back up a little bit slower than a lot of the other race cars in the category. That is his way. And it's his prerogative. So the big Bel Air has 632 cubic inches under the hood. Meanwhile, Paul Debris, a little bit smaller vehicle, 565 cubic inch big block Chevy underneath that hood scoop. He'll get a number of qualifying rounds, and then a dial-in will be selected, and that will be their race dial-in for eliminations. This is qualifying session number 1, Canada West door slammers. Wheels gingerly touching the race course for Paul Debris Jr. 7:82 is the time for Dave Warren. 172 miles an hour. 8:45 for Paul Debris Jr. 2 down, 2 more coming. Greg Feel and Tom Katnick. Tom picking up the Camaro earlier in the year from Derek Shirk. Derek came to the races with that car, freshly wrapped, and chose to take advantage of another racing car opportunity and bought the 55, and Tom stepped right up, picked up the Camaro that same race weekend. So Titanium sponsored for TK Performance Camaro over on the spectator side, and it's Greg Field in his 69 Opel GT twin turbo here on the Tower side. Short wheelbase, 112 inches. If the car hooks up, expect a 6-second run. Wow, he just bounced right into the beams. That was unexpected, caught him off guard, and was not able to spool up the turbos. 751, 182 miles an hour for Tom Katnick. So Greg Field not able to take advantage of this particular run. So Greg wanting to make a run out of it, but being told basically you did not go when you were supposed to go. So currently sitting in first place, 4 cars down, Tom Katnick, 751, as Howie Winklehorst up on the line in the 55 Chevy. Jason Field in the Nova. They race to the quarter mile. 8:02 is the time for Jason Field. 8:02 at 168 miles an hour. Howie, 55 Chevy, 8:29. Here comes Brian Ritchie and Brad Powell. So Brad Powell sitting in the water box right now in his 67 Chevelle from Linden, Washington. Brian Ritchie backing up from his burnout. Ritchie Racing Engine, 68 Chevelle. Out of Poco. Brad Powell making the run. 795, 170 miles an hour for Brian Ritchie. Brad Powell, 848. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod, you should be in the lanes. Pro Mod, you should be in the lanes. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod Bike, we need you to the lanes as well. And testing 2, lane 6, please. Mike Lucas, Grant Howell. Lucas in the black and white Camaro Tower side from Fort St. John. And Grant Howell in the orange and purple 37 Chevy from Victoria. First qualifying session for the Canada West Door Slammers. So it's 7:37 for Mike Lucas and 7:67 for Grant Howell. We ignore the red light as Mike Lucas takes over the number 1 spot on the ladder, 7:37. And Grant Howell slots into the number 3 position. Here's Mike Kenworthy now. Tower side. We haven't seen much of Mike this year. Arlington, Washington is home for the Illusion Motorsports 92 Firebird. He's here tower side. Peter Lucanis from Coquitlam is in the 63 Corvette in the Lordco lane. 584 cubic inches in the Firebird, 502 cubic inches in the Corvette. And we go on with the red lights in qualifying, and it's going to be 8:56 for Peter Lucanis in the Corvette, 8:66 for the Firebird. 12 cars taking a time, although Greg Feel not getting the incrementals on his only pass. And that's going to bring up Derek Shirk and Otto Schulte. Otto Schulte in the 2005 Blue Cavalier, still cruising, he says. He retired out of Black Creek, British Columbia. And Derek Shirk, owner of Titanium Auto Group in the Beast. Little Chevy too. Otto Schulte, 7:52. Had a great reaction time, 002 at 180 miles an hour. 8:34 for Derek Shirk, so Otto Schulte slots in the number 3 position. And Shirk in the number 9 spot. Scott Winterbottom now, not in the Chevy 2, but in the 68 Camaro. Bowtie Ventures. Scott Winterbottom out of Langley. He's here tower side. Dale Phillips from Chetwynd in the 67 Mustang. Over on the spectator side. Small block Chevy up against 700 cubic inches of Ford power. 774 for Dale Phillips. 795 for Scott Winterbottom. So Dale Phillips going into the number 5 spot. Scott in the number 8 spot as Henry Zacharias and Mike Bedsworth. Our next 2 qualifiers. Henry Zacharias Investments, driving the 53 Vet here on the tower side. Mike Bedsworth from Marysville, Washington, a building engineer there. 96 Cutlass is what he's driving on the spectator side. To the center of the groove. 710 for Mike Bedsworth's Cutlass. 710 at 191 miles an hour. 758 for Henry Zacharias. So Bedsworth now rolls into the number 1 spot with that 710. And Henry Zacharias slots into number 5 at 758. And that's going to bring up 2 more. Ken Orser and Paul Soares. Ken Orser from Abbotsford, sponsored by TCS JS Power Sports. Over on the spectator side, 2008 GTO with Chevy Power. His burnout complete. Paul Soares sitting in the water box. And yeah, it looks like the parachute fell out. Don't want to back up over that. No, maybe it's not. No, it doesn't look like. From our vantage point, it looked like the parachute may have fallen out, but that was. So yes, there was a problem with the wheel cover. Yeah, from the tower here, looking down at an angle, it looked like maybe one of the parachutes had fallen out, but it wasn't. It was a wheel cover that was still attached and flapping, so they got that taken care of. He did not get caught up in the wheel well or anything like that. Could have been something serious, but from our vantage point, it's an odd angle from here up in the tower. So Ken Orser, anyway, he's okay. Good to make the run at 2008 GTO. In the meantime, Paul Soares here in the Grand Prix over on the tower side. 584 cubic inches of Pontiac power as well. Presented by Unlimited Rentals, Bear Creek Construction, and Timeline Signs. Wow, getting real close to the center line is Ken Orser. So he's off the gas and just coasting through 8:03 for Paul Soares, 170 miles an hour. And just rolling through now, 1487. So Ken Orser in the number 19 spot right now. Paul Soares slots in number 12. And that looks like it is it for Canada West Door Slammers. And the fact that Keith Peterson rolled in, just sauntered into the tower, tells me that we're probably real close to some pro mod action. So what's been going on in the pits?
Well, down at the Daco Ventures Captain Caveman Cafe, we've been selling lots of T-shirts.
Wait a minute. What is? Say that again.
Daco Ventures.
Daco Ventures.
Captain Caveman Cafe.
Cafe. I gotta get there.
You should. You should come check it out. We've got 4 different styles of T-shirts. We've got hats. We've got stickers. We've got candy for the kids, and maybe you, Jerry. I know you're a kid at heart, but now the Captain Caveman thing that you asked about. I was told it was a little bit before my time.
Okay.
The Captain Caveman that they're talking about.
Cool.
On his name, they got this real fuzzy-looking dude from head to toe. It almost looks like Cousin It. From the Addams Family, just hairhead holding the big wooden stick. I guess there was a cartoon like that back when Dave Kowalski was younger.
Okay, well, that's
so I don't remember Captain Caveman, but supposedly they do, and they started calling that a few years ago. And Daco Ventures is a big supporter of the West Coast Pro Modifieds, so a big shout out to them. But yeah, we started the Daco Ventures Captain Caveman Cafe this year.
Well, let's see. Do we have time for a commercial?
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, you are on standby and approved license and test. We need you in lane 6. All right, first up.
This is Rick Barnhart from the Calgary area. He is used to run the 10.5 tire on this. This is his first full year on the big tire. He's been struggling a little bit, but this is a do-it-yourself guy, probably one of the lowest budgets, but very smart individual, and he's looking to get this car in at least the low 4s.
Twin turbo.
Twin turbo, big block Ford.
Oh, I like to hear that.
I know, right? we've got 2 big block Fords on the property today. Riethmeyer is a Ford-based block as well.
Perfect.
So, yeah, Rick Barnhart, he's been carrying the front tires out quite a bit, and he starts to try to bring the power in. It starts to shake all year. He's been struggling with that. All the numbers look right.
The transition from small tire to big tire when you're racing 8th mile.
It's not just as simple as bolting a different size tire on. There's a whole whack of suspension differences. But we'll watch Rick get down the track here, spooling up after the pre-stage beam lights.
Wow, that's a great launch. Oh, 420, so a little better. 600's better than the previous run.
Right, so he's creeping up on it. There's definitely a lot of bite there, but he's getting the tire speed. You could see the tires rotating a little bit for him, all the way up to 178 miles an hour. So he'll be happy with that.
So I know that funny cars and top fuel cars all work with controlled spin down the whole quarter mile. Is it the same with Pro Mod? Even racing to the 8th mile, is it all a matter of controlled spin, or do you want that to hook up?
Well, eventually you do want it to hook up a little bit, but on the starting line, 4,000 horsepower in a suspended door car, you definitely want that little bit of wheel speed. If you dead hook it, it's going to go to the front end's going to crank up and hit the bars hard. So you got to have it's a real fine balance.
Next to then, Dave Kowalski.
And Mr. Caveman himself.
Mr. Caveman himself. And Tom Riethmeyer.
And as I was telling you on the first qualifier, when Tom Riethmeyer sent his car down to Jerry Bickle to get Jerry Bickle to build basically a whole new chassis underneath, he said, the roof stays. The roof stays on it. I'm not giving that up. Kowalski at Door Wars had a lot of troubles with this. For some reason, it wouldn't go in reverse. Kowalski says, you know what? Never mind. Maybe. Send him down. Send him down hard, or we're going to lose all the clutch. And
yeah, he's still trying to move forward, and it's just not
right. So he's got to get going so that Riethmeyer can go. We either got to yep.
So Kowalski will head down the full quarter mile. Although this is not helping Tom on the start line.
No, and you know, Tom Riethmeyer is one of the few pro mods in our program still running the big man pedal. There's a clutch in that thing.
Oh wow!
So he's every second that Mustang sits on the starting line, he's getting less and less clutch, and could hurt him a bit.
Yeah. Wow!
Missed the cone
by that much.
And he was definitely trying to drive through that tire shake.
He must have lost 1 or 2 fillings on that one.
Oh, you know, and that car has so much power and is so violent.
You could feel the tire shake up here on the floor of the tower.
Oh, it was that was definitely an insane run. Now, we only had the 3 cars for this one. One of them couldn't even stage, so you know, Kowalski will be back. We know that. He's going to go back, work his tail off. Hopefully, we haven't seen the last of Riethmeyer, because a tire shake like that can really do wonders on a chassis, on 4-link, on just everything. So hopefully he can get back and go over that car, make sure nothing shook loose or broke. We'll see him back around. Ryan Hayward thrashing in the pits, still wanting to come up. Sahota making a bunch of changes in the suspension. And we've also got Nicholson, Steve Nicholson, getting his transmission back together in there, and he'll be coming up later again. So
we're set. So you go back into the pits, do your prayer magic, help them out, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I'll do my best. Can you pray for us upstairs too?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Have fun with these Top Fuel Harleys. These things are wild to watch. Yeah, we'll be chatting with the chap a little later.
Okay. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronic cars. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Electronic. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. And that noise you hear on the start line is Top Fuel Harley action. Nate Gagnon, Jim Schellenberg, the pair of them. Earlier, Nate ran 6:30. The record is 6:24. You think he's ready for a brand new record? He'd like it. Jim would like it. Wow, wheel is up. Nate's got that bike connecting. Oh, 6:29. 6:29 at 224 miles an hour for Nate Gagnon. That is a powerful run. Almost a track record at 6:24 plus. He goes 6:29. He is on a tear. Jim Schellenberg goes 6:83 at 209. What a pair of runs for the Top Fuel Harley team here this weekend. That was wild. We've got a couple of more Pro Mod bikes in the water box right now, but that is quite something. Nate is on a tear with this new motor of his. Got it working really finely. Once again, we make the call for electronics to the rear of staging to be laddered. Electronics, round 2. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Somebody was on the limiter, boy, and using up all of the racetrack to get that 835. And Jeff Petrie goes 863. Hey, attention in the pits. We're also going to put Outlaw 275, MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 on standby for your first round of eliminations. I understand as well that for Outlaw 275, there was a change in the ladder, so the new ladder is posted at the base of the tower, so you might want to check that out. So we did make the call for any authorized test and tune. You should be in lane 6. Any authorized test and tune, lane number 6. So Pro Modified bike. Matt McKay Smith is 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod bike champion. He is over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Matt hails from Merritt, where he is a mechanic, driving a 2018 Suzuki 1300cc. And we're still waiting for a little bit of information here on the tower side. Although he is in the number 1 qualified spot. And he is doing his best to stay in the groove. He gets out of the groove a little bit, hits some dirt, and still manages to run a 6:68. Gary Christopher out of Hope, BC. Gary Christopher goes 6:80, 6:68. So he had trouble staying in the groove, managed to stay there most of the way down the quarter mile, got out of the groove. You saw him kick up some dust from the space in between the groove and the center line, but still manages to run 6:68, go in the number 1 spot for Pro Mod Bike, 182 miles an hour. Matt McKay Smith goes 6:73, so not far behind, 201. We have a couple of moments here for cars that are testing, test and tune session. So that is what is on the track right now. Runs continue. Jan Christensen sitting in the water box right now. So here we go. I stand corrected. We are now in electronics, and Jan Christensen has the bye run with 5 cars left in the category. So the electronics, round 2, and we're in the beginning. Jan takes the little Chevy 2 all the way down to a 855, 156 miles an hour. El Gringo goes 156 miles an hour. So Jan Christensen getting the bye into the semifinal. And here comes Martin Rochelle and Derek Shirk. So Derek driving the 82 Monte Carlo. Looks to be Lorenz Schwartz, his vehicle, or very similar anyway. I think Lorenz has fewer stickers on it. Martin Rochelle in the other lane, 78 Malibu. Got 1090 on the handicap. Not surprising in the least. Red light for Derek Shirk goes double 02 red. Takes himself out of competition. Win light to Martin Rochelle, who goes, well, 1091.9 on a 1090 dial. Reaction time 051. So Martin Rochelle advancing into the next round as we await the next pair, which is So here comes Steve McKenzie driving the Tesla tower side, and Paul Soares, 95 Grand Prix. Handicap start will be going to the Tesla. You would be right if you guessed that in the office pool. 1368 against an 802 for Paul Soares. So Paul is going to see that Tesla go down track ways. Oh, red light start as Paul Soares not able to keep the car on the line, leaving almost at the same time. So Paul Soares not going to be happy with that one at all. 13:46 is the time for Steve McKenzie to advance into the next round, so he takes the early turnoff. But Paul Soares having problems on the start line, not able to hold the car in time for the tree to come down. Goes red.
So yeah, that was a weird one, guys.
So as I look on the schedule here, we will be in need of a little bit of track preparation in anticipation of Outlaw 275. MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275 will be coming up. They are getting laddered up right now for their first round of eliminations. So that is happening in the staging lanes right now, but I do believe that we're going to see a little bit of track preparation. You see them doing a little bit of scraping. That scraping, by the way, is an important function of keeping the start line in pristine condition. What happens over the course of a race day, and we'll see this type of scraping from time to time, at least once during a race day, there is an awful lot of rubber that builds up on the start line because of the traction compound and because of doing the burnouts. The rubber gets particularly soft on the slicks, and so the rubber does tend to build up on the start line. You know, as the cars rotate the tires, spin the tires on the start line, a lot of that rubber continues to build up, and it is as much of a problem to have too much rubber as it is to have no rubber. So from time to time we will use the torch and the scraper and clear some of that excess rubber, and then invariably run the tractors on it to lay down a fresh coat. So that is what is happening right now. Good time to head over to the Snack Shack, pick up a hot dog or a hamburger, whatever you like. All sorts of combos going on there, and do drop into the Pro Shop and pick up a souvenir. This is the last race of the season, other than a street legal next Friday. So, but the last opportunity that a lot of race fans will have to hit the Pro Shop and grab a souvenir, NHRA, Mission Raceway, whatever. Grab a T-shirt. There's stuff there for the whole family. If you're looking for early Christmas presents, you can probably do all of your Christmas shopping in the Pro Shop. Get that done. Get it out of the way. You don't have to worry about it. So do head in there and check out what they have. They also do have just some snacks for chips and chocolate bars and that kind of thing. So way more than you might think. Mini donuts on the property. Get some iced tea from BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley. Yes, mini donuts are there. I had one already. So do, by all means, take advantage of the dining facilities here at Mission Raceway while we do a little bit of track prep. We'll let you know as we get closer to the first round of eliminations for MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, Mcleod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse, clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. Mcleod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive, from the street to the track. Become Mcleod equipped.
In the pits, MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. You should be in the rear of staging to be laddered, please. Outlaw 275, you need to be at the rear of staging to be laddered. All right, track preparation continues, but we are getting down to the last bit of action here. We got the sprayer come out, and we have finished doing the scraping, so the sprayer will lay down a fresh coat of VHT traction compound. Our tractors will do a little bit of rubbing on that, and we will get set for first round of eliminations of Outlaw 275. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're now calling Limited Street to the rear of staging for your first round of eliminations. Limited Street, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered, and non-electronics, we're putting you on standby. Non-electronics, you're on standby, and that's for your second round of eliminations. back to the stands if I were you. Looking around at all the cars in the pits or just walking around, that's a great idea. It's a great day to do it. 26 degrees out there. But we have got cars in the water box, and we are set to start the action here with the MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. Round number 1 of eliminations. Cars have been in the staging lanes. They are laddered up. That means that each driver knows who they will be racing. And so we have got a full field on tap in the category. Jordan Brandon, Tower Side from Lethbridge. He calls that Camaro some side money. 363 cubic inches. He is coming back, as is Max Nielsen from Edmonton in the Black Mustang. 281 cubic inches, but who knows what the power adder is over there. Like I said, lots of horsepower on board for these cars to get down to the 8th mile. Max in the Mustang, qualified number 11. Jordan, number 6. So it's heads up. Everybody looking for that little bit of extra on the start line reaction time. You want to get there first, or you don't want to spin the tires. You don't want to do too much of a wheel stand. You just want to get to the 8th mile stripe. Everybody's green, and it is going to be a win on the Spectre on the Tower side. 472 for Jordan Brandon. 472 and 156 miles an hour. Brings up Tony Sousa and Justin Gallant. Justin the Lil Bruiser, 85 Mustang. Number 1 qualifier. Tony Sousa, number 16. Always keen to see an upset, but it's tough. Tough to do. Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack has run a best of 4:54. Tony Sousa out of Surrey has run a best of 5:75. So on paper, Justin Gallant has the advantage. Let's see if that works out here on this particular day at this particular time. Staging ever so carefully. Both of them pre-staged. They roll forward another 7 inches. Break the stage beam. The tree comes down. Let's see who gets to the 8th mile stripe first. No red lights. It's all Justin Gallant. He goes 462. 462 at 155 miles an hour. Next pair, Trevor Mulder and Rick Mcleod. So Rick Mcleod, qualified number 3, has run a best of 463. Also has had his share of setup issues with the front end coming up repeatedly. Want to make sure that he's got that front end down so that the steering is there in case he needs to make any adjustments. So Rick Mcleod in the 70 Dart. Over on the spectator side, here Tower side, Trevor Mulder from Alberta. Another one of those fox-bodied Mustangs, qualified 14th, sponsored by Motion Performance and Horsepower Solutions. He's run a best of 538. So again, on paper, the Dart will have the advantage. Will he get to the finish line first this time? That is the big question on everybody's mind. Well, no question he gets there. 464 to 151 miles an hour. Problems for Trevor Mulder. Not able to get off the line. So they're backing up Trevor right now. They'll look to see that nothing was there. Hey, while we've got some downtime, just looking at all of the carts in front of the tower, if your vehicle's not in the water box, we need you to move your cart. That's all there is. You need to move the cart, or we'll hold up the racing until you do. So if your car's not in the water box, we need you to move your carts, please. You're blocking traffic for carts that need to get through. There are far too many carts in front of the tower. It's worth reminding you, this is not a viewing area. So rolling out of the water box now, Jason Gagnon and Larry Yampolsky. Larry from Langley in the 81 Blue Malibu on the spectator side. Jason over here, tower side. Jason in the number 5 spot, qualified with a 467. And Larry in the Malibu, qualified number 12 with a 531. Start for Jason. Puts the wind light on for Yampolsky. Goes 533 at 133 miles an hour. I love the color of this car. John Cuglietta from Edmonton. 2004 Mustang. Has a shaded paint job that goes from orange to gold to yellow. It is, that's a real nice touch. Been watching some YouTube videos on, I think they're called Dip My Car, and using just some absolutely spectacular paint to get some amazing finishes. So the louder car, Steve Skoken, running the Pro Charger. And that is obviously why his car is louder than the Mustang, which I'm thinking has a turbo. So Steve Skoken out of Surrey, the Pale Horse 81 Mustang. That's the white Mustang that is over on the spectator's side. Dialed in? No. He's in the number 13 spot with a run of 5:33. Number 4 is where John Cuglietta has qualified that Mustang. Best run, 4:67 with a 1. So, again, if we look at it on paper, this is probably, well, the quicker car over here, tower side. Doesn't necessarily translate to a win. We race him. Oh, problems for Skoken. He's off the gas. They were close for the longest time, but it was a win light. 468, 161 miles an hour for John Cuglietta to advance into the next round of MDA Fabrications Outlaw 275. Here comes Parm Jawanda and J.R. Lazic. Lazic in the 63 Nova. That is a strong running car. Has not shown its colors here this weekend. So he's rolling into the water box right now. Rutland, BC is home for the 63 Nova. Sponsored by Brad Torque and JS Power Sports. In the other lane, Parm Jawanda. Quieter of the two. RPK Tiles. Jawanda from Surrey, where he is a technician. And he is qualified in the number 7 spot. Has run a best of 475. Attention to the pits. We need non-electronics. Non-electronics. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. And door slammers. We're calling you to 5 and 6. Door slammers. Bring them up. 5 and 6. Parm Jawanda. 475 is the quickest Parm has gone. 516. Quickest for J.R. Lazic. Car not showing its colors this weekend. This may be the round where that happens. Everybody's ready. Oh, it's a good run. It's a nice run. But Parm is out there ahead. Best run of the weekend for J.R. Lazic, but it wasn't enough. He runs 482. Not good when the guy in the other lane runs a 473. 155 miles an hour for Parm to advance into the next round. Jay Sivertson now and Brett Morgan. And as you can tell, with only one of them there, Jay Sivertson not able to make the call. In the pits. Broken. They're working on it, I'm sure. Brett Morgan, though, is in the number 9 qualified position. He has run a quick time of 5:11 with a 7 in that 66 Mustang. Morgan on and off the gas goes 528, 145 on that competition single. And I believe that is going to one more car. I was about to overstate the case. One more pair coming up. All right, here we go. Tej Sanga from Surrey, spectator side. Bubble Racing in the 1988 Mustang. And Dan Rodrigue. Dan purging the nitrous. Ken Specialty Automotive, West Star Trailer, SD Performance, and McGraw Metalworks, all providing support for Dan Rodrigue's racing efforts in the Boo 1981 Malibu. He's your number 2 qualifier. 4.60 is the quick time for him. Tej, number 15, and he's run a best of 5:38. So we've had a couple of upsets. So Dan Rodrigue and Tej Sanga. And loss of traction for Tej. Win light for Dan Rodrigue. Goes 463, 156 miles an hour. What you see through the course of a round of racing is that typically a lot of the quicker race cars will make it through to the next round, and the racing gets tighter and tighter with each round of racing. Limited Street now. And I know that there's a difference between Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. And I know that one of the things that's different is that most of these cars have license plates. So when it says Limited Street, clearly there's a street window here. So that's a factor. Vanessa Richards and Rob Monroe Jr. First pair in Limited Street. Elimination round number 1. As Rob Monroe Jr. is pre-staged out of Surrey. Has run a quick time of 6:17. Qualified number 8. Wheels up for Rob Monroe. Vanessa Richards just sails on through 5:36. 130 miles an hour for the win. Your number 3 qualifier moves on. Runs a 5:36, which equals her quick time of earlier in the day, 5:36.6. She runs a 5:36.1. So Vanessa Richards moving on to round 2 as Chris McGraw and Jay Graw will be the next 2. Chris McGraw calls the car Flipper, 1990 Ford Mustang. Your number 4 qualifier, 5:45. Jay Graw from Abbotsford, 81 Z28 Camaro, qualified number 7, 5:88. So both these cars relatively close on the numbers. Getting a much better launch. Jay Graw in the Camaro, 591. 115 miles an hour for the win. So Jay Graw picking up that win. Justin Gibson now in the water box up against Matt Black. You've been here most of the day. You'll know that 94 Jeep is what's called a sleeper. That is a sleeper by every stretch of the imagination. Wheels go way up high on launch for that 94 Jeep. So Justin Gibson, your number 2 qualifier, will have to be on his toes. 5:31 is the time for Justin. 6:46 is the time for Matt Black. Got your number 2 qualifier, tower side. Spectator side, your number 9 qualifier. He didn't go that far that time. Matt Black not going to survive this round as Justin Gibson picks up the win, goes 561, 99 miles an hour. So Miguel Forentino from North Delta and Marco Alessio from Pitt Meadows. So that was a competition single as Marco Alessio not able to make the call. Miguel picks up the win in the 86 Mustang, and then problems set in. Safety crew going out to deal with that. So they managed to get Miguel back behind the starting line after having problems, but he did win that round. Here's Dennis Drummond now. And Dennis has the by run, odd number of cars in the category. Qualified number 1, 521 with a 6. 130 miles an hour in his 2003 Cobra Jet Mustang. 4.6 liter sitting under the hood. And he is not going to push it. Basically sail through. Crossfield, Alberta is home base for Dennis Drummond. So he'll just take a time of 14:35. As we roll into a little bit of testing now. So we had a couple of test cars. And now we're going to go into non-electronics. Pay attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. I see you there. Safety crew is out on the strip at the 8th mile, and they are adjusting the orange blocks that you see out there. The timing system, Crondeck timing system that's used up here in the tower, involves incremental timing along the racing surface, and those orange blocks all contain reflectors. Those reflectors will bounce back an infrared beam that gives all the racers incremental times and mile per hour that it will appear on their time slips, and they'll have their reaction time on there. And then the orange block right here in front of the Christmas tree, the 60-foot time. And then at 330, there will be another incremental time at the 8th mile, or 660. There will be incremental times for that, along with mile per hour. There is even an incremental time for 1,000 foot. And then there is at the quarter mile, incremental times, and 66 feet before the quarter mile stripe is a mile per hour stripe. So all those reflector beams need to be operating properly, and if they're not, if they're a little bit out of alignment for some reason, we will get a signal up here in the tower, and that will be the beeping that you hear from time to time. Here we go then. This is non-electronics, round 2. We have got 2, 4, 6, 8 cars left in competition. Derek Shirk and Jim Benke will be the first pair. Derek Shirk driving the white Monte Carlo. Derek, of course, the proprietor of Titanium Auto Group. And so he's over here on the tower side. Jim Benke is in the Radtoid-sponsored 67 Plymouth Cuda. And he is on the spectator side. Benke has dialed in at 10:15. Derek Shirk, 10:11. And so basically this is as much of a heads-up race as you can make it without it actually being a heads-up race. They are going to be dealing with a 400th of a second handicap start. That went to Jim Benke. They race down the quarter mile now. Who will be first to the stripe without breaking out? Jim Benke, 10:18 on a 10:15 dial, 126 miles an hour. Good to advance into the next round. Jim Benke. And that brings up Kevin Mccauley. The old school Cutlass, 1983 Cutlass. Don Murray in the Hemi Cuda. Cuda's dialed in at 898. So the handicap's going to the Cutlass, 1199. Boy, almost identical reaction times. Neither of them reaction times to right home about. But at the stripe, wow, Kevin Mccauley moving on in rounds. He picks up the win, goes 1199 on an 1199 dial, dead on to 109 miles an hour. Don Murray was in hot pursuit, but there was not enough room to get there. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need ProMod to the lanes. ProMod to the lanes. And we're going to call Top Fuel Harley and ProMod Bikes to the lanes as well. But ProMod, Top Fuel Harley, and ProMod Bikes, bring them up to the lanes. Cassie Tippy in the 65 wagon, getting the handicap start against Chris Stone. Stone Cold Racing. Will Cassie stay up in front? No. Chris Stone able to get around 992. Had a slightly better reaction time by about 200ths of a second. 992 at 123 miles an hour puts Chris Stone into the next round as Dave Jung and Rob Monroe get set to do battle. Rob Monroe from Surrey in the Blue Acadian dialed in at 1076, 1080 for Dave Jung. So again, not much of a handicap here, only about 400ths of a second. Both cars launch hard, wheels up, and it's a red light for Rob Monroe. Went 006 red. So Dave Jung racing to his green win light on the scoreboard. 1097. Easy for me to see. 1097, 105 miles an hour for Dave Jung, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. His 96 Camaro moving on into the next round. And that is going to do it for non-electronics, round number 2. And this is going to kick off the Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. This is their second qualifying session. Paul Debris Jr. is over here tower side. He was on the spectator side first time out. They changed lanes to get a feel for each side. Goes 795, 168 miles an hour. And Paul Debris Jr., 844 with a 3. So Scott in the number 9 slot right now. Paul Debris in the number 15 spot. Hey, once again, we're calling Pro Mod to the lanes, along with Top Fuel Harleys and Pro Mod bikes. Pro Mod to the lanes. Top Fuel Harley to the lanes. And Pro Mod bike to the lanes, please. Canada West Door Slammers, title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, as Peter Lucanis and Mike Kenworthy head down track on their second qualifying hit, trying to make improvements, get a better feel for the track today. 8:57 for Peter Lucanis, 8:57 for Mike Kenworthy. So both drivers hitting that 8:57. Mike Kenworthy slots in at 18. Peter with a quicker 8:56 will be in the number 17 slot. As Brad Powell and Greg Field get set. Greg Field having an unfortunate incident in the first round. Bounced into the, went right through pre-stage and stage, and then not having the opportunity to spool up the twin turbos on that Opel. So clearly distracted, not able to get any kind of a run on the car. That 69 Opel GT, handmade in the garage, and it's a steel body too. Those twin turbos, it's a 6-second machine. 6-second machine. And Brad Powell getting the word from the starter saying, courtesy staging, please. Courtesy staging. Don't stage the car without the other car pre-staged. So we'll go through that process again. Courtesy staging, just basically trying to avoid gamesmanship on the Christmas tree in this Canada West Door Slammer category. So Greg Field rolls in, spools up the turbos. Brad Powell, he's in. Greg Field having problems off the gas initially, but it hooked up the first part of the track. Gets there with a 671. 671 at 216 miles an hour. 850 for Brad Powell. So Brad Powell is in the number 17 slot right now, but that 671 from Greg Field rockets him up to the number 1 position. First car in the 6s in Canada West Door Slammers. Mustang here on the tower side. That is Dale Phillips from Chetwynd. 700 cubic inches of Ford power under that hood scoop. Dave Warren in the other lane, Blue Max, 62 Bel Air. Likes to stage ever so carefully. Likes to back up ever so carefully. So Dave Warren rolls into the pre-stage beams now. The Blue Max from Cloverdale, BC, currently in the number 9 slot, has run a best of 7:82 on his previous run. 7:74 is the time that the Mustang ran. Oh my, tire shake for the Blue Max. That was a lot of shake there. He gets off the gas. The Mustang goes 770, so picks up 400ths. And we'll like that a little bit more. It's 174 miles an hour. Dave Wren, though, boy, oh boy, you could just feel the vibration in the air as that car went into some serious tire shake. So Dave Phillips takes the Mustang into the number 8 spot, and Dave Warren in the number 9 spot right now. Canada West Door Slammers looking to thank a lot of the 2022 association sponsors. Might want to take a second here to talk about those: Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Artex Barn Solutions, and Greenlight Auto Sales, and VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. All of those folks are the association sponsors for Canada West Door Slammers in the 2022 season. Big shout out going to all of those folks for stepping up and participating with their sponsorship. This weekend's event, title sponsor is the Titanium Auto Group, and so we thank Derek Shirk once again for stepping up. So the start line crew just attending to any debris that shook loose from the car, and they'll clear that start line very, very promptly, and we'll continue with racing here in Canada West Door Slammer action. So burnout's complete for our next two competitors. Henry Zacharias and Tom Katnick. Katnick in the Titanium Racing.ca sponsored Camaro. He's part of the TK Performance Group out of Maple Ridge. And Henry Zacharias, well, Zacharias Investments, 53 vet. As it stands after one, Katnick in the number 4 spot with a 751, and Henry in the number 6 spot with a 758. For boy, 7:61 is the time for Grant Howell. Your number 7 qualifier picks up a few hun. And Brian Ritchie, 7:95. He runs a 7:96, so he'll stand on that 7:95 in the number 11 spot, while Grant Howell is in the number 7 spot in his orange and purple Chevy. Otto Schulte and Mike Lucas. Otto Schulte from Black Creek, BC, retired. And he calls it still cruising. 2005 Cavalier. Nice flames coming out on the side. Mike Lucas from Fort St. John in the black and white Camaro over on the spectator side. So Otto Schulte has been running in Canada West Door Slammers for a long time, as has Mike Lucas. Lucas qualified number 3 right now. After 1, he's run 7:37. 7:52. So quick. Otto Schulte has run. Otto Schulte goes 7:54, so not quicker. 7:42, not quicker. Mike Lucas. So they will stand on their previous run. In the number 3 spot, Mike Lucas. In the number 5 spot, Otto Schulte. Mike Bedsworth and Paul Soares. Bedsworth doing his burnout across the start line, backing up right now. The Marysville building engineer out of Washington. 96 Cutlass. He's got 632 cubic inches onto the hood. And Paul Soares got the Pontiac power. 584 cubic inches of Pontiac under the hood of the Grand Prix. Sponsored by Unlimited Rentals, Bear Creek Construction, and Timeline Signs. Paul Soares in the number 13 spot. Bedsworth, the number 2 spot. 7:10, the quickest for Bedsworth after 1. 8:03, the quickest for Paul Soares after 1. So we ignore the red lights, even though they were close. 7:11, just about the same as what he did before. Mike Bedsworth. Paul Soares 8:05, just about the same. So not much changing on those two cars as Bedsworth stays number 2 and Paul Soares 13. Jason Field and Howie Winklehorst. So Howie driving the 55 Chevy. Heavy equipment mechanic out of Abbotsford. He's in the number 14 spot right now. He went deep, but it's qualifying. Had this been eliminations, he would have been eliminated. Cannot go deep in door slammers. 8:35 for Howie. 8:35, 161 miles an hour. And Jason goes 7:84 with a 9, so he does make a slight improvement. Slots into the number 10 spot. So Derek Shirk still sitting behind the tower, but Ken Orser backing up from his burnout. Abbotsford is home for this runner. 2008 GTO with Chevy power under the hood. Ken Orser in the number 20 position right now. 1487. You do have to run 870 or better to run in the regular series, and I'm just guessing that they probably want to maintain that 870 for the shootout that's happening here this weekend. So Ken Orser rolling forward, sponsored by TCS and JS Power Sports. this run. 7:41. Nice one. 188 miles an hour. 7:41, which takes him from 20 to 4th. So, big improvement there. Derek Shirk now in the Titanium Auto Group, the car he calls the Beast. Little Chevy 2 action from Langley. Now, Derek is currently run a best of 8:34. That's put him in the number 16 spot. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, Bubba Speed Shop, and Rad Torque. Derek Shirk looking to make a bit of an improvement here, get out of that 16th spot. He will get down to the top end. 8:44, so not an improvement. 8:44 to 158 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need test and tune. Test and tune, authorized test and tune. Lane 6 is your destination. Lane 6 for test and tune. Hey, we want to make another mention for all of the Canada West Door Slammer Association sponsors. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor, of course, for 2022. Along with all of these good folks. Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Fuel Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. Thank you very much for all of your participation with the Canada West Door Slammers in 2022, and also this weekend sponsor, the Titanium Auto Group. We have got Top Fuel Harleys coming up. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call electronics to the lanes, please. Electronics, we need you to the lanes, and license and test cars. If you're authorized to run a test run, lane 6, please. Hey, we're back with Top Fuel Harley action. Nate Gagnon, Jim Schellenberg. If you were here earlier, wow, last run, 6:29 for Nate Gagnon. He is on a mission to set a new track record. In the other lane, Jim Schellenberg doing what he can to make a dent in that as well. So the track record, 6:24 on Top Fuel Harleys. Nate ran 6:29, so not far off. Watch the front wheels of his Top Fuel Harley dance in the air. Boy, that bike is on a tear. 6:31, consistency, 6:31 at 222 miles an hour. 222 at the quarter mile. 6:82 is the time for Jim Schellenberg, so consistent at 204 miles an hour. So we go from Top Fuel Harley to Pro Mod motorcycle. Still pretty quick on 2 wheels. Motorcycles pretty quick too. 772 and 837. There's a lot of smoke coming out of. He let the smoke out. He's not supposed to let the smoke out. Just you want to keep that in, right?
I thought he went down at first because they both had like a.
No, it doesn't matter what category. We like you to keep the smoke in. Don't let the smoke out. But it wasn't that serious. It looks like everybody was A-OK, although top-end crew will be taking a look just to make sure that. Matt McKay-Smith sitting in the water box right now. 4-time Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association Pro Mod Bike Champion. That's the gentleman sitting in the water box on his 2018 Suzuki 1300cc. Sponsored by MTMMperformance.com. He is a mechanic in Merritt, BC. That is Matt McKay-Smith. Using a little bit more body English to keep in the groove. Even popping the parachute. 662. That's the number 1 at 199. 667, Matt McKay-Smith, number 2. So 4 of those bikes, and they're 4 done. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Martin Rochelle, we were hoping to see you real soon, and there you are. So that's great. I imagined you to be there, and there you are. So here we go, Pro Mod. Keith Peterson in the tower with me again. Dave Kowalski doing his burnout. Did he get that reverser fixed?
Well, I'm a lot better at announcing than I am at tuning a Pro Mod, but from what I understand, something about fifth gear in that transmission doesn't like getting into reverse, going from fifth to reverse. So what they've done is they've adjusted, because they only really use the first 3 gears in the 8th mile for this, because he's still got a quarter-mile setup in the car. So he's only doing a 4th gear burnout, and from 4th to reverse, simple. So that's the adjustment they've made. They thought they had the problem fixed, that they had at Door Wars. Obviously not. So he's out here, and both of these guys looking to drop into that lower 4.0 range and maybe even into the 3s here on this.
Well, let's see. Rick Barnhart from High River in the 71 Mustang here. Ford power, you said.
That's what he told me.
All right. He's in number 3 right now with a 420. So looking to get into the 4.0s, and that's where Dave Kowalski already is. 4.07.
Kowalski has been in the 4.0s for about 3 years.
So he's happy.
He's pretty happy, but he's never been able to get that first 399 time slip, and he's really looking for it here this weekend with all this great traction here at the Titanium Strip.
Well, let's see. They are all set. Boy, pretty much down the groove, but no 3s this time around. 412 for Dave Kowalski, and a, what was that? A
417.
417.
Slight improvement, but doesn't move him up the ladder yet.
Yeah, there you go. So we're still in the teens, but that's consistent.
Yes.
You know, you want the car running consistent. You can hop it up a little bit if it's staying in the groove and doing everything it's supposed to be doing.
Right. And
that was technical talk. Hop it up.
Right. Hop it up. Right? Turn it up. Tweak it up. Whatever we're gonna do, we're just gonna send it. That's another motto of ours. We're just gonna send it. This beautiful brand new build. Well, it's not a brand new build. It's a retrofit build. This car used to be over in the Lordco lane. Ryan Hayward from Washington. This car used to be a Pro Mod car up in Alberta.
Okay.
Sent it back to Rick Jones. They totally redid it. And now he's out here running on the 10.5 tire, testing for Streetcar Super Nationals coming up in November.
I'm guessing it's a Pro Charger.
Negative. Ryan Hayward's car is 959 inches of rare Morrison.
Oh, wow. I saw the headers, and I just sort of took a stab at it.
They've started doing that on those nitrous cars now. They've started
because
running the zoomy headers.
Yeah, normally a nitrous car wouldn't have zoomy headers, and I was just checking to see if it's loud, it's likely a Pro Charger.
Oh no, looks like more
problems.
issues for Ryan Hayward. And he hasn't even been able to manage to get on the ladder yet. Reithmeyer, same way.
So he had to wait not as long this time as last time.
Right.
So all that tire shake that he experienced, hopefully that's a thing of the past.
That's right. We're hoping so. All he needs is one to go down the middle here, and he'll get himself onto the ladder as well.
Much better. 408 at 178 miles an hour, so should be happy with that.
Reithmeyer will be ecstatic with that. I'm serious. That is a personal best for Tom Reithmeyer in the 8th mile.
Well, there you go.
So
408.
Yeah, it did look like there was a little bit of smoke coming out of the vent tube in the back, so hopefully he didn't hurt anything, and we'll see him again for Q4 later tonight.
You think that might be fuel just escaping? A little bit of fuel?
Well, the
venting?
The venting from the crankcase pressure.
Okay.
So sometimes that'll happen as if maybe some rings tighten up or such like that.
Right.
Now here comes one of the masters of nitrous here in the Northwest, Ken Sahota.
And he's in the number 1 spot right now.
With the only 3 in the field.
Yep.
He was busy making some suspension changes because, yeah, I'm number 1, but I know there's a couple guys out here that can really run those numbers. So he wants to dip this down in the low 390s for sure.
Well, he's been around this track a lot. He knows the facility. He knows the track. So the fact that he comes out and first time out goes 399 says a lot to his tuning acumen.
Yes, last year he came out 1 or 2 times. You know, same thing, comes out, lays down like a mid 390, first hit out. Ken is also tuning on a number of other 275 and limited 75 cars here, along with some door slammers. He's a busy, busy guy.
Just running around. Calls the car Bluebird, 2000 Firebird. 427, big block Chevy with nitrous assist.
427, right, Ken?
That's what it says on the screen. Tell me what it really is.
That's another 959. I'm not sure who the builder, the actual builder is.
I gotta talk to him about filling out his tech card properly.
Right. You know, see, he's on a 10.5 tire. It seems like there's something about as soon as you get the smaller the tire or the less the prep.
Yeah.
The less you tell people.
Okay, there
or
you
the
go.
The more you try to,
fuzzify.
Yeah, fuzzify, we'll call it that. Let's see what he can put off for Q3.
All right. Dancing around a little bit. 395.
That's right where I thought he was going to go. 395 for Ken Sahota.
So he's got it figured out. 395, 187 miles an hour. So, and that was dancing around a little bit too. He wasn't super straight.
No, if that car straightens out and doesn't, go straight down the strip, that'll be a low 390. And, it's going to get cooler for our last qualifier here at 6:30.
Yeah. Great stuff. Well, thanks for coming in again, Keith.
Thanks for chatting with the chap. Want to send just a quick thanks out to some of our sponsors like Daco Ventures, Drop My Rate, Artex Racing, so many others, RCD Engineering, CPI Injectors. There's just so many supporters. I never get a chance to name them all.
Yeah, and we do. We need to name them because without their support, nothing much happens.
Right, that's right. So appreciate all the support of all the marketing partners. And it's been fun as usual, Jerry. I will see you hopefully around 6:30.
I might not be here, but my buddy will be.
Well, I guess I can accept that.
All right, here we go. Moving on into electronic. No, we're not. Non-electronic, perhaps. And actually, it's just some test runs. Didn't mean to get you all excited. Anyone who's been running this weekend has the opportunity to make some test runs or licensing runs, and that's what they are doing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. MDA Fabrications. Outlaw 275. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Round 2 of eliminations. Bring them up. So now we're in electronics, and we have got 3 cars left in the category. So Jan Christensen here in the Green Nova and Steve McKenzie in the Tesla. Tesla gets the handicap start. Steve McKenzie gets the handicap start, goes 13.68. And Jan Christensen's dialed in at 8.54. Handicap you see start right there as McKenzie launches the Tesla. Goes too quick. He actually broke out. The Tesla went too fast. Wind light comes on for Jan Christensen. Goes 8.58 on an 8.54 dial. Steve McKenzie dialed in at 13.68, but he actually ran 13.29. So he got there first, but the car went too quick. So Jan Christensen picks up the win, and he will be racing in the final. Martin Rochelle, who gets the bye run with 3 cars left in the semifinals here. So Martin Rochelle, who always likes that 1090 number, goes 1090 with a 5. So exactly what he wanted in his 78 Malibu. Dead on 5. So electronics is down to a final. It's going to be Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle. So, just to make sure, Outlaw 275, you should be in the staging lanes right now. MDA Fabrications, Outlaw 275. You were called to the lanes, and you should be there for your next round of eliminations. That would be round 2. Eight cars left in the category. That'll bring us down to the semifinal.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Limited Street, you have been called to the lanes. This is your second call to the staging lanes. Limited Street, this is your second call to the staging lanes. Fabrication Outlaw 275 for round number 2. Jordan Brandon out of Lethbridge in the side money Camaro going to be racing against Rick Mcleod out of Vernon in the dart. Your number 6 going up against your number 3 qualifier. Their fastest times respectively were a 4:69 with a 2 and a 4:63 with a 0. Both drives away green. Bombs heading over to the wall as Jordan Brandy's going to get back into it, but not in time to catch Rick Mcleod, who's going to move on to the next round. Jordan Brandy was carrying the front wheels on and off the throttle. He had to back out to avoid going into the left side wall, and Mcleod will move on. Bring it up for Brett Morgan in the D&S Quick Trench and Commercial Power Terrain Mustang. Number 9 qualified going up against the number 1, Justin Gallant and the Lil Bruiser Mustang for Diversified Metalworks, Super Steve Tires, BDL Automotive, and CDS Converter. Burnouts complete, both cars in place. Brett Morgan already pre-staged, waiting on Justin Gallant over in the Lordco lane. dark green. Hightail to the 8th mile, and it's Justin Galland to move on to the next round. Brett Morgan eliminated. That brings up the next pairing, the very beautiful North Logistics and HPS Balboa Mustang out of Alberta, qualifying number 4 today. Racing Larry Yampolsky for JS Motorsports in the Malibu. Carrying the front tires for Yampolsky, Mcleod off and away, gets there first by a country mile. John Mcleod was in a different zip code by the time they got to the 8th. And the Balboa Mustang will move on into the semifinals. Last pairing up then, Dan Rodrigue in the Boo Malibu for Ken Specialty Automotive. West Star Trailer, SD Performance, and McGraw Metalworks. Racing Parm Jawanda in the Night Shift Mustang for RPK Tiles. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Non-electronics, we need you in the staging lanes. Non-electronics, we need you in the staging lanes for next round of eliminations. And Canada West Door Slammers, we're going to call you down as well. So Canada West Door Slammers and non-electronics to the staging lanes. Oh, trouble, as Parm Jawanda can't hook up. Dan Rodrigue moves to the semis. So an Outlaw test pass here then. Start line crews just doing a quick bit of touch-up as we get set to roll our way into a Outlaw 275 test pass, and then we will carry over to Limited Street. Unlimited Street with the West Coast Outlaws, Jay Graw for 2020 Auto Class, Central Valley Insurance, Mascal's Collision and McGraw Metalworks, and the 1981 Chevrolet Z28 Camaro. Racing Vanessa Richards in the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang for Precision Concepts, Titanium Auto Group, Fastlane Nitrous, Lordco Auto Parts, Kelowna Chevrolet, and Norval Rentals. Vanessa Richards had the lesser reaction time, but still got there first. Moving on into the next round, the semifinals of Limited Street. That will translate into the final as she'll have a bye run. Bring up Miguel Fontino in the Precision Racing Engines Mustang Fox Body to race Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta. In the True North Turbos and Legacy Auto Group 2003 Cobra Mustang. And Dennis Drummond takes that win by about 0.3 of a second. We'll move on into the next round. That leaves Justin Gibson with the bye run. So with Justin Gibson in the Hollywood Fox Body across the line for a Limited Street, we're going to roll into non-electronics. Semi-final round. And we kick it off with Dave Jung in the Super Stock Lordco Auto Parts 1996 Camaro. Racing Jim Bank in the Rad Torque Systems Wheel Stand in Barracuda. 1080 to a 1013. And Dave Jung will stay out in front, eliminating Jim Bank from competition. Whole shot win for Jung, 0.18 to an 0.86. And Chris Stone in the Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor Marina, BG Fuel Products, and Titanium Auto Group, Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart will eliminate Kevin Mccauley from competition, making it a race between Dave Jung and Chris Stone in the final. Pits, any drivers wanting to make approved license or test hits, come on up to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, that is approved license and test hits. You can come on up to lanes 1 and 2. And that brings up the next pass of Canada West Door Slammers, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Canada West Door Slammers back into the water box for their next round of qualify. Peter Lacanis for the Transporters Logistics Corvette, dialed in at not dialed in, fastest time currently of an 8.567 at 154 miles an hour. Racing Otto Schulte out of Black Creek in the still cruising Cavalier for Georgia Straight Line Collision. Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco Auto Parts. Red and 008 green between the two drivers. Otto Schulte goes 7.534, doesn't improve. Peter Lacanis, 8.582, doesn't improve. Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air racing Scott Winterbottom in the Bowtie Ventures Camaro. Scott Winterbottom left where the tree was ready. Dave Warren out on a tear. 7.9 will not improve. That brings up Mike Kenworthy, who will be racing in the Illusion Motorsports Firebird, racing Paul DeBree Jr. in the Straight Line Race Cars and B&D Lift Trucks Valiant. .013 to an .037, 8.563. Mike Kenworthy will improve. Paul DeBree Jr. will not. And Kenworthy will go from 20th up to 19th. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Test and tune, test and tune. This is your second call to lanes 1 and 2. You should already be down there. Test and tune. This is your second call to lanes 1 and 2. Paul Soares and the Unlimited Rentals, Barrett Creek Construction and Timeline Signs. They're racing his 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix out of Terrace. Going up against Mike Bedsworth, currently the second place qualifier in the 96 Cutlass. Identical reaction times, 0.23 for both drivers. And at the quarter mile, Bedsworth gets there first, but neither driver will improve. Well, Paul Soares does improve by a few hundredths of a second. He'll go to 14th. In our Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammer Group this week, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. It'll next up be Greg Field. In the Opel GT for Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, and Active Care Auto, sitting number one, 6.711, 216 miles an hour for Field. Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd, racing the Mustang. wheel on and off the throttle, trying to make a full pull. Not going to happen as he gets too close to the left-hand side. Dale Phillips goes 771 with a 6 at 175 miles an hour. Not going to improve. Howie Winklehorse of the Heavy Equipment Mechanics, Chevy Bel Air, going to be racing Grant Howell for Lordco Auto Parts in the Chevrolet machine. And Howie Winklehorse is going to deep stage the Bel Air. Grant Howell will get the move on. Not going to improve. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. License and test. This is your final call. License and test. Final call to lanes 1 and 2. Ryan Rich with the 003, Tom Caddy with an 026. The Deacon Performance Camaro gets there first, runs 762, won't improve on his time. The Rich Race Extensions and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle will not improve either. Ken Orser bringing up the TCS and JS Power Sports 2008 Pontiac GTO. Fastest time of a 7:41. Better than a 4 qualifier. Hightailing up to the quarter mile. Making it a 7.391. So going to improve by a couple of hundredths there. Won't improve on the position either. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Electronics. We're calling you to the staging lanes for your final. Electronics, we are calling you to the staging lanes. Bring up Henry Zacharias in the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette to race Brad Powell in the Chevelle. Henry Zacharias has problems. He's not going to make a hit. Brad Powell in the Chevelle runs at 8:52 the 1 at 157 miles an hour. He will not improve. Slammers all wrapped up. And Henry Zacharias being pushed back with the tow vehicle. Gonna roll into a couple of test hits before we continue on with tonight's program. Test pass headed on down the racetrack. Want to make the call for Outlaw 275. Back to the stage lanes. Outlaw 275. Back to the stage lanes for next round of eliminations. Round for Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics. Jan Christensen going to be going up against Martin Rochelle. The Super Stream Malibu down to 1090. Going up against the El Gringo Nova down to the 855. Rochelle's away. Christensen's away. Both drivers on the green lights. And it's going to be a close race at the top end. Jan Christensen chasing down Rochelle. Breakout. Martin Rochelle will take it. Jan Christensen going under by just 7 thousandths of a second, running an 8:54 with a 9 on the 855 dial. Make that 1/1000th of a second. Rochelle wins Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics. Are done, but I see some pro modified motorcycles coming on down underneath the tower. Time for some more 200 plus mile an hour passes on 2 wheels instead of 4. Bassini racing Jeff Pitre out of Yellowknife into Suzuki. Steve Abusini hopping that front wheel up and down as he tries to take off towards the top end, and Jeff Pitre gonna get there first. Runs 8:050 at 147 miles an hour. Fastest pass for Pitre so far today, as well as fastest pass so far for Abusini, who ran a 7.72 at 186. That brings up Matt McKay Smith, 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod Bike Champion out of Merritt, racing Gary Christopher in the Kawasaki. 5-time national champion for Canadian Pro Mod motorcycles. Red light start for Gary Christopher, but he's still on a full pull. 6:52, 198 miles an hour. Matt McKay Smith, 6:731 at 194. To the pits, attention to the pits. This is the second call for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. Outlaw 275, Limited Street. This is your second call to the staging lanes. on some of the last Outlaw cars make their way on down here. Just want to put out a couple of quick requests up here from the tower to please stay with your vehicle when you're in a golf cart, and that means if your vehicle's on the stage lanes, try to stay with your vehicle in the stage lanes and then follow your vehicle down as it goes. This is just to make sure that we keep the area down here in front of the tower clear for any traffic that might be needed to come on around, as well as that. Would also like to put out the request that if you are not needed to tune your vehicle or do anything with the vehicle as it is actively trying to stage and run, just stay in your golf cart. It is a safety hazard. There's lots of moving parts that go around on the racetrack, so we just want to make sure that everybody's staying as safe as possible and that we can get things running as well. In the pits, non-electronic final. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronic final. Please come on down to the staging lanes. Door slammers, you're on standby. John Cuglietta bringing up the Balboa Mustang for North Logistics and HPS. This time, racing Justin Galland in the Lil Bruiser Mustang for Diversified Metalworks, Super Steve Tires, BDL Automotive, and CDS Converter. Semi-final round in Outlaw 275. Justin Gallant moving forward. Oh, heads up close to the center line for Justin Gallant, but he'll still get there first over John Cuglietta. So Justin Gallant is through to the final. Now will he race Dan Rodrigue? And the Kent Specialty Automotive, West Star Trailer, SC Performance, and McGraw Metalworks, the Boo Malibu, or will he be racing Rick Mcleod in the Dart? Green lights, hot tailing up towards the 8th mile. Give it to Dan Rodrigue, 0.08 of a second. Dan Rodrigue is up to the final, racing. We're going to be racing Justin Gallant. Semi-final round in Limited Street. Justin Gibson to the Hollywood Fox Body, racing Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta. The True North Turbos and the Legacy Auto Group. 2003 Ford or Shelby Cobra Mustang. And Justin Gibson doesn't leave. Dennis Drummond will be moving on into the next round. it looks like a mechanical issue for Justin Gibson will keep him from leaving the line. But he's still going to make the full pull. Dennis Drummond will leave over for Vanessa Richards in the Hawaii 5-0 Precision Concepts, Titanium Auto Group, Fastlane Nitrous, Lordco Auto Parts, Kelowna Chevrolet, and Novo Renters Ford Mustang. And Vanessa Richards is going to be using an age-old strategy of staging the car when he got the by run and then just backing out, not wanting to take it on a full pull. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds, Top Fuel Harleys, and Canada West Door Slammers. We need you to the staging lanes. West Coast Pro Modifieds, Top Fuel Harleys, and Canada West Door Slammers to the staging lanes. Parm Jawanda and Chris McGraw, both eliminated earlier in Outlaw 275 competition, going to be coming on up for just a couple of test hits. And as we continue to roll through the Outlaw 275 testing hits, we'll bring up another pair. Outlaw 275 test pass before we will move on to the next round of testing hits. The non-electronic final like you see around the corner, but we're going to have a dragster up first. Chris Stone ready to rumble in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart for Wilbur Motors, Winter Harbor Marina, BG Fuel Products, Titanium Auto Group. Dowd at 988. We'll leave second to Dave Jung at the Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Camaro. Red light star Chris Stone. Dave Jung will get the non-electronic win. Bubba Speed Jump Pro bracket goes to Dave Jung, who's going to shut it off. No reason to push the car. Dan LeKelt bringing up the dragster for Highway 97 Transmissions Kelowna. Earlier tonight, this dragster made a pass of 235 miles an hour. 47 light, but it's not going to be a full pull. Shutting it off just past the 330 mark. Dan LeKelt going to just coast up through the quarter. And in fact, might be stopping just past the quarter mile as well. So West Coast Pro Modifieds underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. And it looks like Dave Kowalski's back up for another attempt.
Keith Chap Peterson coming up here to talk a little bit about the West Coast Pros. Right now, Ken Sahota sitting in the Mario High Performance Diesel #1 qualifier position. But both of these guys are hungry. Riethmeyer just ran his personal best. Kowalski is right there with that 407 and a 408, or 406 for Kowalski and a 407. Either way, my numbers, it's the end of the day. Can I mess up a few times? Either way, both of them have got their cars set on kill here. The air is great, and they are definitely going for that #1 qualifier position, trying to take it away from Ken Sahota.
You know, personal best, though, that's definitely going to have him in high spirits, and we all know that as the sun starts to go down, that track temperature does start to cool, make it a bit more racy. I reckon maybe he could best that time, potentially?
You know what? That's what he's going for. And, you know, the track has been great here at the Titanium Strip today. And both of those cars are really hoping for some good numbers here tonight when the air cools off. The track temperature, I haven't heard what it is. It's probably dropped a little bit, but with all that sun we had today, it's probably still got a fair bit of heat in it. These cars are going to be rocking pretty hard. And both of these roots blown Pro Mods come to life. Tom Riethmeyer, Mach 1 out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. And Dave Kowalski out of Fort St. John. The Daco Ventures Corvette, Captain Caveman, says he's going to have the thing set on kill. So it's either going to go or it's not. Riethmeyer with the man pedal in that Mach 1. He's going to be trying to put that HSI Inspections car deep into the threes as well. But I know that Mr. Sahota, coming under the bridge right now, he is... you know, there's a possible 80 on the board, you'd think, for somebody like Sahota. And hopefully, I know a guy who's been thrashing all day, Steve Nicholson, might be hanging out somewhere back in the staging lanes there. He's been thrashing all day on a tranny swap, trying to get up here to qualify for the West Coast Pro Mods season finale here at the Titanium Strip. Riethmeyer moves up into the number 2 position. Kowalski had to pedal it after the 9:73 60-foot time. So Riethmeyer improves to the number 2 spot, and looks like Sahota rolling under the bridge here. Okay, little message out to the golf carts parked here in front of the starting line. We have tow vehicles coming in behind you. We need you to move if you are not with one of the cars in the lanes. And I know where the Pro Mods, who the Pro Mod crews are, so I need all of those golf carts to move, please. And I see how well everybody is listening. Thank you. Appreciate the support.
I love the sarcasm, because you know they're not. The Bluebird Firebird currently sits as the only driver to have broken into the 3-second bracket so far in the West Coast Pro Modified field for Tri-City Cutting. Ken Sahota gonna see if he can maybe extend his lead up there as the number 1 qualifier. So far he's been very consistent in the 3.9 second range. Ran a 3.994 for his first pass, a 9.56 for his most recent one. Potentially, as mentioned before, with a 3.8 on the boards. .075 on the tree, pedaling it as the car shoots over to the left-hand side. Gonna shut it off prior to the 8th mile. So an aborted run then for Ken Sahota. Still pretty good, though, on the tree, all things considered.
And it looks like they're going to run that pair of Top Fuel Harleys down. See if Nicholson is still trying to make his way around to tail this field tonight. So a big thank you to a lot of our sponsors with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Like I say, Mario High Performance Diesel, L Sands Photography. We got the L Sands Photography calendars. So again, we have a tow vehicle blocked in because carts aren't moved. There's at least 3 carts down there that don't have race cars in the staging lanes. We need you to move immediately.
There's one.
That's not one. He's in the burnout box.
Oh, really? Once again, these golf carts need to be moved. We have tow vehicles blocked in. Move those carts. Top Fuel Harley's into the burnout box. Nick and Yon out of Qualicum Beach in the Sonic Weekend Nitro Dragster. World champion in 2012, Canadian champion in 2013. Racing Jim Schellenberger in the weekend dragster for LMS Reinforcing, Eldorado, SRL Industries, Reckless Restorations, Thiessen Hot Rods, and Fastlane Custom Cycles. And Nathan John's gonna shut it off. Jim Schellenberger on a full pull. 751, 162 miles an hour again. Young able to still put down an 8.171 at 209. So once again, a big thank you to Keith for coming on up here to give us a little bit of a chat about the West Coast Pro Modified Series. And we will be seeing them back in full force tomorrow. Grant Howell bringing it up for Lordco Auto Parts in the Chevrolet. Racing Greg Fields Opel GT for Jubilee RV. Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, and Active Care Auto. As we roll into Winter Harbor Marine and the RV Candle to West Door Slammers this weekend, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. Burnout complete for Greg Field. He waits patiently as Grant Howell starts to back it up towards the staging beams. Greg Field on and off the throttle of the gate. He's out of control, trying to hang on. He's going to gather it back up and lift off. Grant Howell, 620 at 176 miles an hour. Won't improve. Greg Field going to abort the run just past the 8th. That brings up Brad Powell, the current number 18 qualifier in the Chevelle Racing. Scott Winterbottom in the Boat Time Ventures Camaro. .010 to a 060 light. Scott Winterbottom going to lift out. Brad Powell going to drive it through 8,480. Going to improve by 0.07 of a second. It's another improved on positioning, no improvement on time. Or should I say on position. Bring it up for Jason Field in the Little Overkill Nova, the owner of Greenlight Auto Sales and Finance, along with VP Fuel Distributors, dialed in, currently has the fastest time for himself at a 7:8:49 at 172 miles an hour. Will race Mike Lucas in the Camaro. On as of right now, as safety crews are currently out and about, checking out the racetrack, making sure everything is all in tip-top shape. Jason Field pre-staging the Nova as we wait on Lucas to do the same with the Camaro. .066 with .025. Mike Lucas, though, getting out of shape. Jason Field going to run through a 7:8:45, 171 miles an hour. A lot of cars not finding a whole lot of traction over there in the Lordco lane at the moment. And that brings up Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington at the Illusion Motorsports Firebird to race Paul Soares in the Unlimited Rentals Bear Creek Construction and Timeline Signs 1995 Grand Prix. 0-14 to an 0-16 light, as this time it's a smooth pass for Paul Soares. But neither driver are going to improve. Well, Mike Kenworthy will improve a little bit, 8.518, but will still sit 19th. That's going to be a wrap then for the Canada West Door Slammers category. And their final qualifying hit of the evening, bringing up once again Dane Lekelt in the dragster. Going to shut the dragster off before he can stage it up. Looks like issues for the Highway 97 Transmissions Kelowna machine, and they'll be backing Dane Lekelt out from the start line. So there is going to be a bit of a down point here, as there is apparently confirmed oil now down on the racetrack, or it looks like to be right around the 8th mile mark. So there is going to be a bit of a cleanup to be done here. So we will be back up to you with updates soon about how long until we're back up and running. In Outlaw 275 and Limited Street finalists, your presence is being requested by Dave Strell in the staging lanes. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street finalists. You are needed by Dave Strell in the staging lanes. He needs to have a quick meeting with you. Just a reminder, if your vehicle is not going down track at the moment, please park your car in a more suitable area so we can move our own track equipment around, and so tow vehicles that are supposed to be present have the ability to move around. So if your car is not actively running, which I think it's safe to say there's a few down there in that boat, please move your golf cart or ATV. Thank you very much. Final and Outlaw 275, Justin Glenn to the Little Bruiser Mustang for Diversified Metalworks, Super Steve's Tires, Media Automotive, and CDS Converter. Going up against Dan Rodriguez at Yarrow in the Boo Malibu for Ken Specialty Automotive, West Star, Trailer SD Performance, and McGraw Metalworks. Both cars off and away. That's going to be a close race up at the 8th mile. Give it to Dan Rodriguez. 200ths of a second. 0.020 with the 4. Gives it to Dan Rodriguez, stealing it from your number 1 qualifier. And once again, we need this starting line clear. We are not going to run any more cars until that start line is clear. Get back over the wall, and let's get running. Limited Street. Up next with Dennis Drummond for True North Turbos in the Cobra Mustang and Legacy Auto Group. Racing Vanessa Richards in the Hawaii 5 Mustang for Precision Concepts, Titanium Auto Group, Fastlane Nitrous, Lordco Auto Parts, Kelowna Chevrolet, and Norval Renters. Final of the day. Vanessa Richards doesn't leave. Dennis Drummond will win Limited Street. And just a few more test passes before we close out our proceedings today on this Saturday evening. The air continues to grow more and more humid as the air gets colder as well. Plumes of nitrous firing off into the night sky. Waiting to see if the car will refire here for another 8th mile pass. There we go. And it's going to be immediately an aborted run with nitrous plumes still filtering out from the tubes. Couldn't get the car to hook up. And we'll run through the 10-second time. So I'm glad to see some of the golf carts finally being moved. It doesn't explain why there's still so many for just a single car about to run down the track. But this will now be our final pass of the evening. Steve Nicholson gonna bring up the Stingray out of Aldergrove. More nitrous purge for the one remaining Pro Mod pass of the evening. Doing some last minute tune-ups, making sure everything is set to go. will be once again an aborted run. So I do believe with that pass, that's going to wrap it up for the West Coast Pro Mod Shootouts on this Saturday evening. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to join us on what has been an awesome qualifying day. And we will be back with the main event on Sunday. We'll see you all there.